Good morning and welcome to the 8th Annual Symposium on the Role of Religion and Faith-Based Organizations in International Affairs, entitled Mobilizing Moral Influence and Governance to End the Systemic Injustices of Racism, the Legacy of Colonialism and Slavery. I am Audrey Scott Williams, and I am grateful to have the privilege of joining Quinn Wunderling in moderating our symposium this morning. I am a global peace walker who led a team of walkers around the world for human rights and environmental justice, the founder of 20 Million Women Strong, and the spiritual director of the Spiritual Enrichment Center here in Alabama, USA. I am also a former global trustee of the United Religions Initiative, an interim global indigenous coordinator and co-convener for the historic Hidden Seeds Global Indigenous Gathering in Northern California. And I am a board member and former apprentice with the Worldwide Indigenous Science Network. I'd like to invite us to just take a moment to take a breath while I do an Indigenous prayer to the directions, knowing that we are opening our hearts and our minds to the highest and best outcomes of this symposium today. With the breath of life, I call to the east, the direction of the rising sun, of new beginnings. May our hearts be open in gratitude to see a new day with love for all creation. May we see truth and open our hearts to new visions as they are revealed by the light. I call to the south. May I open myself to joy and humility as I strive to serve. May my choices be wise and lead me on the path to protect and serve all of creation and Mother Earth. I call to the West, the land of our ancestors, bringing healing to all.
Que nos lleva sanación a todos y todas,
to us.
así como sabiduría a todos.
To heal our mind, body,
y también que podamos sanar el
espíritu,
espíritu, la mente y el cuerpo. Y llamo al norte, el hogar de los sabios.
May we listen to each other,
que podamos escucharnos,
and to our hearts, to guide us in right action,
que podamos escucharnos los unos a los otros en nuestro corazón.
To embrace a vision of equity and justice for all. May we open ourselves to walk gently on this earth and with each other. Thank you, Grandfather Sky and Grandmother Earth, for reminding us of all that is above our heads and all that is below our feet, that we may walk in balance with wisdom and love in our hearts. I'd like to go over a couple of housekeeping rules. Our program will run until 12:30, and you can engage speakers via the chat function. Please keep chats relevant and respectful. Planning team members will be monitoring the chat for input from speakers. We do have language interpretation, Spanish, French, and Arabic, and it's accessible by clicking on the link below. It's a globe that says interpretation for your translation. I now have the privilege of bringing Quinn Wunderling, my co-moderator for our symposium today, forward. Quinn?
Thank you so much, Audrey. It's genuinely a dream come true to be tag teaming this event with you, examining systemic harm. I'm Quinn Wunderling. I am the Senior Coordinator of United Nations and International Affairs for the General Board of Church and Society of the United Methodist Church. We are the Justice and Advocacy Agency of the denomination, and we've been a part of the symposium planning team since its conception more than 8 years ago. I am not going to read through the whole agenda since you should already have access, and you've seen that we're going to hear from 4 expert panels of speakers, and we will also be putting that information in the chat. I'm also not going to read you the full history of the symposium since it's available in the concept note, but I'm going to give you my Cliff Notes version, which is that the co-founding sponsor organizations listed in the program came together with the common goal of a more robust multilateralism and stronger partnership with the United Nations. The UN Charter, after all, refers to we the peoples, not we the member states. And that means civil society, that's us. So the founding organizers knew that if faith-based organizations are to be the moral voice, the moral influence at the UN, like they could and should be, then we have to do two things in partnership with the UN. First, that's acknowledge the harm and injustice that organized religions have perpetuated and continue to perpetuate. And second, address that harm in concrete, sustainable, and meaningful ways at policy and institutional levels that will change these systems for the better for future generations. So obviously that's always been a rather tall order. And now, as everyone here today is acutely aware, we're going into year 3 of a devastating pandemic. Most of us have lost people close to us, and unfortunately that communal sense of loss extends far beyond the personal. We know we've had setbacks and lost traction towards achieving the SDGs, and the 2021 Global State of Democracy report published in November by the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance identified the pandemic as a major cause of increased authoritarianism and weakened democracy across the globe. I mention this not only because it's highly relevant to our theme today, but also because the symposium has always been planned around the birthday of a Baptist minister, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Reverend King's message speaks to the heart of the symposium, especially this year's theme, because he helped people all over the world understand that racial justice, civil rights, social justice, cultural nonviolence, and moral human rights-based governance all have to go hand in hand. We can't have some without the others, or we won't have real peace. I think you'll agree, MLK had a lot in common with the Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who the world lost last month, another champion of human dignity whose lessons and legacy we will strive to carry forth today and far beyond today. We know that in just 4.5 hours to talk about racism, colonialism, and slavery, we're going to miss more than we can cover, but obviously we believe it's still well worth the effort, and we're going to do our best. All of that said, let's dive into the opening session, which is perspectives from the UN system, government, and faith organizations on their work to increase the urgency and saliency of the issue and integrate efforts to overcome systemic injustices in their work. All right, to kick things off, I'm deeply honored to introduce the Special Advisor of the UN Secretary General on the Prevention of Genocide, Ms. Alice Wairimu-Nderitu. And I hope she is here. Welcome, Special Advisor. The floor is yours.
We're having technical problems in bringing her in, so this might take a few moments. I suggest we move on to the next speaker and then come back.
We can do that. Thank you, Marcelo. All right. In that case, I will turn the floor over to the High Representative of the UN Alliance of Civilizations. Please help me welcome Mr. Miguel Angel Moratinos.
So good morning, good afternoon, all of you. Well, thanks to our two moderators, Mrs. Quinn Wunderling and Reverend Audrey Scott Williams for the introductory remarks, and my dear friends and colleagues for the United Nations Alliance of Civilization as being the co-sponsor of the 8th edition of this annual symposium. I can say that it's an extremely opportune and timely event. In view of the very busy agenda in front of us in the coming hours, let me offer you some reflection to help to frame our discussion today. First, addressing and combating racism in these different manifestations requires a whole of society approach involving all major actors involved. This is why seeing today representatives from the UN, governments, academia, faith-based organizations, and activists, among others, is so encouraging and actually the only way to make meaningful progress in this urgent and persistent scourge of racism. So, my friends, as important is to reflect upon and analyze the historical and ideological underpinnings of racism. And our first panel will focus on that dimension. In my opinion, the main value added of this symposium is to identify together which are the main drivers of the current situation in the world and how we can collectively identify action to overcome the current challenges, particularly in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, which we all know has exacerbated pre-existing fragilities in our communities and resulting in increase in attack on the basis of ethnicity and an aggravation of inequalities and further marginalization of communities all over the world. Third, as with every big crisis that humanity has confronted, the COVID-19 pandemic also presents all of us with a unique opportunity to come together as one humanity, to take decisive action to fight against racism and discrimination. Action starts in our own decision and action within our respective mandate, be it in the intergovernmental sphere as united entities, in faith-based organizations, activists, and more fundamentally, a human being determined to build a better world. Fourth, from the United Nations side, there is a rich and relevant normative framework that we included in the concept note framing this symposium, and that I invite you to read carefully. For the purpose of this remark, I will refine that voluminous framework in three concepts that, if realized, will go along to way to combat racism, and that's first, the dignity and worth of the human person, contained in the preamble of the UN Charter. Secondly, equality, and thirdly, peaceful and inclusive society. If FDG 10 and 16 will come to fruition, I think we should try to advance in all of them simultaneously. Fifth, as everyone here participated in this symposium, I also have a responsibility to make progress in combating racism and discrimination in my capacity as High Representative of the United Nations Alliance of Civilization, the leading UN platform for intercultural dialogue, understanding, and cooperation. It was created in 2005 under a very permanent motto for today's discussion. Yes, many cultures, but one humanity. In the whole spectrum of our programmatic activities, working with young people, religious leaders, and actors, media, women mediators, and grassroots organizations. Our goal is very simple. Our goal is always to find ways to bridge divides and overcome prejudice, stigmatization, and polarization. It is my profound conviction that intercultural, interreligious dialogues are the key instrument for conflict prevention and resolution, and should be, the better reconciliation processes around the world. With this reflection, I would like to wish you very successful deliberation, and more importantly, I hope that this webinar will be the start of reinvigorated or new collaboration among all the participants today, so we can continue to work closely together to implement action to build a peaceful and just world in which everyone will be treated equally. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, Ambassador Moratinos, for setting the bar, setting the tone. We're grateful that you could be with us today. And now I am thrilled to, I believe Special Advisor Nuritu is with us now. All right, we're in business. Fantastic. Welcome, Ms. Nuritu. We're so excited to hear from you. The floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you. I'm glad to be here this morning with everyone. And I'd just like to begin, ladies and gentlemen, by saying that I do hope that we get to an era when COVID-19 will not stop us from continuing to gather, because nothing really replaces human connection. And in gatherings, as we have gathered as human beings, we are able to advance our common agenda more easily. But I must say it's my great pleasure to join you today for this 2022 Symposium on the role of religion and faith-based organizations in international affairs. My office has been supporting this symposia since their inception. And on the outset, I would like to thank the co-organizers of this event. So thanking you, ACT Alliance, thanking you, the World Council of Churches, thanking the United Methodist Church, the Milsen Center for Interreligious Dialogue, Islamic Relief USA, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, United Relations Initiative, Soga Gakkai International, UNFPA, the UN Alliance of Civilizations, and everyone else who has supported this initiative. Thank you very much. And you are really a great partner that we are proud to have. So really grateful again for the focus of this year's symposium, which is mobilizing moral influence, the power of people in governance to end systemic racism and racial discrimination. This issue goes to the core of my mandate as United Nations Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide. And indeed, we know that the presence of racism and racial discrimination in a specific context constitutes a key indicator of risk of atrocity crimes. And when I say atrocity crimes, I mean genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. I've had opinions that racism and racial discrimination belong to the past, but they are very real and very present in our societies. We witnessed about last year, but one, the appalling news of the brutal killing of George Floyd and other Afro-Americans in the United States. These murders were really at the top of the iceberg of centuries of racism and racial discrimination, not only in the USA, where it happened, but across the world. And while I'm speaking now, people continue to be discriminated and killed based on the color of their skin or other identity factors, such as ethnicity, religion, nationality, gender, and many other reasons. And the uncomfortable truth is that not only racism, but also xenophobia and other forms of intolerance continue to pervade our societies, and we are not doing all we could to combat them. So I would say the glass is half full at best. Distinguished guests, when a state actively discriminates against an identity group, it advocates for members of such groups to be treated as second-class citizens. It promotes the supremacy of one group and prioritizes their rights and interests at the expense of others. This is not alien to any country or region, even in developed democracies, where cynical politicians encourage xenophobia and discrimination against those who look different or are perceived to be different to gain political power. These tendencies have been further compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic, as demonstrated by increased reports of physical and verbal attacks based on identity since this health crisis began in early 2020. We do know indeed that crises often result in increased suspicion and fears, feelings that are easily manipulated by unscrupulous politicians. The demonization of the other by politicians and by some members of society has neither attracted widespread outrage nor condemnation. One wonders how much we can take in before we react. On the contrary, in way too many places, politicians seem to exacerbate such attacks with hateful rhetoric and with little resistance. All over the world, ultranationalist resurgence is legitimizing hatred, racism, and violence. While extremists spread inflammatory language in mainstream political discourse under the disguise of populism, hate crimes and hate speech continue to rise. My office is the UN focal point for hate speech, and we work based on the strategy launched by the Secretary General in 2019 on hate speech. Hate speech, including its most serious forms of incitement to discrimination, hostility, and violence, and hate crimes are the most blatant manifestation of racism and intolerance. And if left unchallenged, they can contribute to atrocity crimes. Therefore, they need to be addressed decisively and consistently. At the United Nations, we are committed to do so in full respect of international human rights standards on the basis of the 13 commitments of the UN Strategy and Plan of Action on Hate Speech. Ladies and gentlemen, dehumanization of individuals based on the color of their skin, their religion, ethnicity, nationality, gender, or any other form of identity takes away the humanity that justifies universal protection of their rights. Ultranationalist leaders legitimize the violence of their supporters against all those who look different or are perceived as such, as a threat to their culture and identity by framing them as foreign, not belonging, or enemies. They also promote a so-called illiberal democracy, often built on supposed religious values. Yet no religion upholds political intolerance against those who are different. Religious actors and faith-based organizations, on the contrary, play a paramount role in combating racism, xenophobia, and other forms of intolerance. Many other actors are part of the civil rights movements everywhere. In others, like South Africa, they have been for decades at the forefront of the fight against apartheid, as the late Bishop Desmond Tutu, whom I was privileged to have as a mentor, whose deeds and words are an inspiration for all of us. In local communities, many faith-based organizations and religious-inspired individuals put their lives at risk every day to advance the values of inclusivity and respect for diversity. These actors need to be protected, and their precious efforts need to be supported and accompanied. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, all states have a responsibility to protect all their populations without discrimination from atrocity crimes and their incitement. Combating racism and other forms of intolerance is an essential element of atrocity prevention. Governments must combat racism and discrimination with strong legal, institutional, and policy frameworks. They must also consistently respond with legislative measures to all forms of racist behavior and violence. Political figures have the responsibility to ensure that their words do not incite violence, hostility, or discrimination. Governments must implement national advocacy campaigns to combat stereotypes and advance respect for diversity, and mainstream human rights and global citizenship education into school curricula. The outcome document of the Interministerial Conference on the Role of Education to Address Hate Speech, convened by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres last October, provides further useful recommendations in this regard. In addition, governments must counteract the narrative of blaming the other for a country's internal problems and firmly address hate speech offline and online while respecting freedom of expression. To prevent the further harming of innocent people, we need resilient institutions and leadership that defends civil society and the rule of law and stands up for the universality of human rights. These values are at the core of the United Nations Charter, but are also at the core of many religious teachings. Hence, they need to come up to the surface as a matter of urgency to advance societies where each individual is respected and diversity is valued and celebrated. Thank you for your attention.
Special Advisor, thank you so much for being here and sharing your critical insights, naming uncomfortable, undeniable truths, as well as some solutions. You have created a naturally perfect segue for me to introduce our next speaker, and I can't wait to hear what she's got for us. Please help me welcome the UN Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director of the UNFPA, Ms. Diane Keita.
Thank you, Quinn. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends and colleagues, I wish us all a wonderful year ahead. I'm honored to join you today at this important and timely symposium on mobilizing moral influence and governance. As the COVID-19 pandemic progressed, we witnessed violence against women and girls and disregard for the lives of community of color and indigenous people who suffered disproportionately. We watched the result of years of structural discrimination, marginalization, and systemic discrimination coming into full view. 2021 reminded us that we still have a lot of work to do. It told us with no uncertainty that we have not come far enough. At the same time, we observed important milestones. Last year, the international community commemorated the 20th anniversary of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. we celebrated the first International Day for People of African Descent. We also took stock of the implementation of the International Decade for People of African Descent in the spirit of recognition, justice, and development. Today, as we gather to address this important topic, opportunities to collaboratively accelerate progress towards meaningful changes are in front of us, and we must harness them. We, the people of the United Nations, must together walk the talk. As we march towards 2030, we all must mobilize our moral influence and work towards building a new normal where equitable governance for the most vulnerable has a true meaning and a light of hope. Guided by the principles of the International Conference on Population and Development, ICPD, and its program of action and our new strategic plan, together with our partners, UNFPA will continue to stand up for the rights and choices of the world's most disadvantaged population. We need to leave no one behind and reach those furthest behind first, in order for us all to realize the vision embraced in the UN Secretary General, our common agenda. We need to seriously commit to fight discrimination and exclusion within our institutions and programs and for the advancements of the communities we serve. We are cognizant of the critical role that our faith partners play in addressing systemic injustice and related intolerances. We realize that little change will be made and sustained unless we address the root cause by expanding participation, funding policies, shifting widely accepted discriminatory laws, practices, and social norms, and ending the culture of inaction and impunity. And indeed, the centuries people turn to religion, for centuries, people turn to religion and faith in time of crisis to cope with injustice as a source of inspiration and to seek guidance in their actions. Religious institutions and houses of worship can serve as space for racial solidarity, civic activities, and human rights activism. Having traveled last year to Niger, I saw firsthand the powerful role of faith-based organizations can get the government to start working on proposing new laws to the parliament related to child marriage. We call on faith actors to advocate with government and parliamentarians to repeal and review discriminatory laws, regulations, and policies. We count on all of you, our longstanding and dear partners, to lead awareness campaigns and support the media challenging negative stereotype and work with judicial and law enforcement officials so that the rights of the people, the women, and the girl child can be upheld. Building a better and a more decent, normal, free of discrimination and exclusion will take a concerted effort by the whole of government, the whole of civil society, and the entire one UN. The wide participation by the UN community, government, and faith actors in this symposium speaks to the level of multi-stakeholder cooperation that we might strive for. Partners, colleagues, friends, let us continue to work together. Let us lead by example. Let us keep our promises as agent of change and walk our talk to end the systemic injustice everywhere. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much for your valuable contributions here, Director Keita. We definitely need to walk the talk, and we're honored by your presence. Likewise, I'm now extremely pleased to introduce a longtime friend of the symposium and the General Secretary of Religions for Peace, Dr. Azza Karam.
Thank you very much indeed. Warm greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum to one and all. It's a great privilege to be with you here today. Indeed, yes, I am a friend of this symposium. I was there at its very founding, and we still have a bit of a quibble about who said this idea first. I'm delighted to see how it is progressing, and I'm looking forward to the continuation of this wonderful gathering of the multilateral secular community with the multi-religious and faith-based one. A great honor to be with you, especially around this particular set of issues. I have little to add to what my distinguished colleagues who have said and already spoken have noted in terms of what needs to happen and what the issues on the table are. I do, however, in my usual custom, which I hope my colleagues will bear with, have a few things to say, intentionally thought-provoking and intentionally provoking in general. So bear with me, and let's go on this particular ride together. First of all, it is not that we lack mechanisms, means, institutions, laws, will, political will. None of those are lacking. We don't lack the principles. We don't lack the values. What we do lack is the way to respect these existing values and principles, is a way to hold accountable the existing institutional means and mechanisms. We lack the ability to be self-introspective and self-critical. In 2008, the United Nations Population Fund, which I was privileged to serve at that time, published a report on culture, gender, and human rights, in which it was made abundantly clear that the issue at hand is a lack of self-reflexivity on the part of all kinds of institutions. That lack of self-reflexivity, as noted in that 2008 State of World Population Report, is what makes us go on talking plenty, but actually not changing our ways that are very often inclusive of discrimination and prejudice. The very same institutions which have been tasked to eliminate discrimination and practice, the very same institutions which have been tasked to uphold human rights, are the very same institutions in which some of the most egregious violations take place and or can be turned a blind eye to. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished leaders and beloved friends, our challenge is ourselves. Our challenge is the ability to look inward and to acknowledge that even as we uphold the most valued of ideals and principles and objectives, we ourselves commit errors. We ourselves may well be committing the most egregious discrimination against our fellow colleagues, our fellow members of the family, our fellow neighbors. Indeed, most of the time, we are hurting ourselves. If we do not stand up and take that responsibility on our own shoulders, if we do not realize the self-reflexivity required on an individual, on a group, on an institutional level, we will continue to replicate many of the harms that we have plenty of institutions and mechanisms and laws to work towards, but the instance of power and empowerment lies within ourselves. And in order to empower ourselves to be better human beings, to look after one another, to look after our earth, we must first stand up and be accountable for what we do ourselves as harm. I am particularly grateful to see that the United Nations Interagency Task Force on Religion and Development, which I was proud to be a member of, led and co-led by the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, the United Nations Office for the Prevention of Genocide and Responsibility to Protect, and the United Nations Population Fund, have continued to co-host this webinar from the very beginning. As I'm delighted to see my multi-religious faith-based NGOs continue to steward it. I have a question to share with every single one of you, and a question to share with all of us who are on the table. Which one of us stands without an accusation internally that perhaps we have discriminated against one another? Perhaps we have committed an injustice towards one another. In a spirit of faith and faithfulness, I would say we are human. We make many errors and many mistakes. And in that case, I think we need to be deeply merciful towards one another. But we cannot be merciful towards one another, and above all towards ourselves, if we have not acknowledged where we are bleeding and where we are hurting and where we may be hurting others. And it may be high time that we take this opportunity in a safe space that is created to acknowledge where the very same institutions which are sponsoring so much of this goodness, of this good work, are themselves liable and need to be liable to take accountability for what it is that hurts most and what it is that we have done to harm one another. Not because it's a spirit of self-flagellation, but it is the spirit of taking accountability, of being accountable and taking responsibility. It is no point to be accountable to what others are doing. It is no point to take responsibility for what others are doing. The only way we will effect the transformation that we speak of, the only way that we can overcome our own internal prejudices and our own ways of discrimination is if we face up to them, if we acknowledge that which we have in our own spaces, in our own selves, thinking and doing, and maybe excluding and harming. I want to say that some of the most empowering mechanisms along the lines of what the excellencies who spoke before me have said are indeed to be found within the systems of multilateralism and multi-religious. Diversity is a key means of overcoming discrimination and prejudice. When we learn how to work together with love, with patience, that is when we become merciful towards one another. I urge all the co-sponsors of this very venerable forum and those who are working, the institutions, including my own, Religions for Peace, which is the United Nations of Religious Institutions, I urge us all, and I stand committed in front of you all, to hold ourselves accountable to the discrimination within, to the prejudices within. And it is when we can help each other heal, acknowledge, respond, and heal to our own internal discriminatory and prejudicial practices that we will be truly able to transform the systems and the ways of thinking and the ways of being. I end with a call to all of you to invite you to hold one another accountable with love and with mercy, for only then will we be able to effect the transformations that we speak so highly of and which are absolutely necessary for our existence. Thank you.
Dr. Karam, you always speak truth to power. We really appreciate your presence, your voice, your support, and your vision on these intersectional issues. Thank you for being here with us. Our last opening speaker is also a dear symposium friend, and that is the Secretary General of ACT Alliance, Mr. Rudolmar Bueno de Faria. Welcome. Thank you for being here with us too.
Thank you very much, Quinn. It's an honor for me to be here today to speak about systemic injustices of racism and also the legacy of the colonialism and the slavery that sometimes we do not find very often in the high-level discussions. I cannot disagree with the interventions of my colleagues that spoke before me on this topic of racism and inequalities. But I would like to bring here a perspective of a faith-based humanitarian and development organization into the discussions of UN and faith-based organizations. It is extremely important and urgent to address racism in international humanitarian and development work. In our recent General Assembly that took place in December last year, of the ACT Alliance, racism and decolonization were extremely discussed or extensively discussed by members. And they have proposed actions actually to address them, most of the challenges in meaningful and practical ways. We are now in this process of putting that into practice, how to do that in the more, in the best way. During these meetings, we address structural legacies of racism and colonialism that is still are present among us and impact our work every day. We also found that it is important to mobilize moral influence and governance to end systemic injustices and racism, as it's proposed in this symposium. But I would like to be here also bringing to be a little bit provocative, as Asa mentioned, that we need to be also, it's critically urgent to address structural racism beyond the moral and the mindset discussions that often we have space to do. We have to recognize, we must to recognize the issues across the systems that are undermining the ability of institutions and organizations to decolonize themselves. And for that, of course, we need to identify and challenge governments and institutions and organizations, being faith-based organizations, UN, that resist to recognize racism and colonization as critical hindrances to sustainable development, but also to overcome inequalities in different sectors, in different fronts. While discrimination and inequalities exist in different forms across societies, I think that someone mentioned in terms of the COVID pandemic has also brought to fore the systemic, structural, and widespread nature of racial injustice, racial violence, and racial inequality from which people of color absolutely disproportionately suffer. And the aid sector has long been criticized for being deeply imbued by its colonial past and structural racism. And that has enabled the ideology, but also the practice of the powerful to be normalized in ways that systematically undervalued local knowledge and expertise, especially indigenous communities, Black communities. We know that it is still difficult to openly state that the international development sector is racist, and talking about that is even still worse, or it's still a taboo topic for many of our organizations, being the UN, being the private sector, being the faith-based organizations. However, continuing to ignore the ambiguity of race and racism in the sector of humanitarian and development work is not a choice we have. And we really want to live into our values. That was one of the strong messages from our General Assembly last year, to make progress on sustainable development and promote an inclusive humanity. But for that, we must grapple with the question of race and engage in active conversation on race and privilege. Privilege is something that's very much connected with discriminations, racial discriminations. And I'm happy that we are doing this kind of discussions today in this symposium. And the forms of discrimination also include forms of domination or subordination that affect social, cultural, economic, and political dimensions. And they are expression of our colonial history, but also the current post-colonial practices that we still have within our institutions and organizations. So the processes, attitudes, and behaviors which amount to discriminations, prejudice, ignorance, and racist stereotyping, for instance, continue to disadvantage minority ethnic people and exacerbate structural racism around the world. However, there are many ways to overcome the existing barriers to end racism. And I think that Asa mentioned very wisely some of the attitudes that you need to take. And this includes also issues such as valuing local knowledges and approaches, listening and including indigenous and local leaders in putting them in the driving seat, as well as collective responsibility to work for justice or reparations, and to call out continuing racism and colonial legacies whenever and wherever we find them, particularly to ensure gender-sensitive approaches, given that women of color are most affected. And the first step, I believe, is to be conscious that we are in a racist system. We need to educate ourselves and train our staff on anti-racism to make sure that you are not responsible for racist actions or even invisible action that are silencing certain voices within our organizations or in the communities we work with. As multilateral and faith-based organizations, we have to translate our actions into an operational environment that commits to being anti-racist. It's time to deal with the institutional dimensions of the countering racism and also to find ways to penetrate the racist infrastructures that are present in all the dimensions of our lives and we have to destroy it. We have to critically assess our programs, models, especially those organizations that are working on humanitarian and development work, and how they perpetuate exclusion of people of color and perpetuate also Western concepts of whom to trust and who are the experts on humanitarian response and sustainable development. We have to review also the lived experiences of the people we work with our staff, critically review systems of privilege, power, and prestige vested in our own institutional structures. We have to boldly raise awareness by stating and sharing facts of racism on a daily basis. And we need to decolonize our mindsets. That was already said. A power shift is indeed possible, but we need to be intentional to do that. I'm looking forward for the outcomes of from these discussions in order to learn and also to incorporate within our organizations in this fighting against racism, discriminations, and inequalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General. It's wonderful to see you and hear you. I appreciate you naming the problem of privilege as well as the importance of local cooperation and action. I want to give a huge thank you to all our opening session panelists for getting our brain juices sufficiently flowing in the direction of decolonization and thoroughly setting the stage for us to continue this difficult, necessary conversation. Dr. Karam said, our challenges ourselves. I'm going to be simmering on that reality for a while, but to keep us rolling along on track, I'm going to now turn it back over to our own Audrey Scott Williams to introduce the next session. Thank you all so much. Audrey, you're muted.
Well, I was just talking on and on. Okay, I just wanted to take a moment, Quinn, to thank you and thank our first panelists for really opening us up for deepening our conversation. Our next session is deepening understanding of how pernicious and all-encompassing racism and the legacy of colonialism and slavery remain today. I am going to turn the program over to moderator Rabbi Burton Vrzatsky with the Jewish Theological Seminary, and I look forward to the comments and information that will be shared during this session.
Thank you, Audrey. I hope that everyone can hear me clearly. Yes. I'm speaking from my office here in the Jewish Theological Seminary, where I was dismayed to learn this morning that my computer is down, so I'm speaking to you, thank God, from my phone. That said, I expect a wonderful session of real thought-provoking discussion on the topic of deepening understanding of how pernicious and all-encompassing slavery, colonialism, and racism remain today, even today. We have 5 speakers on our agenda, and I'm going to list them by name, and then I'll introduce each of them before they speak. The speakers will be Dr. Ganun Diop, Ms. Manjula Pradeep, Dr. Michael Wiener, Ms. Haley Ramsey Jones, and Dr. Sanjay Bhattacharya. Our first speaker is Ganun Diop. Ganun is first and foremost a member of the Planning Committee and one of the authors of the concept note. He's Director of Public Affairs and Religious Liberty Department at the Seventh-day Adventist Church World Headquarters, and he is the Secretary General of the International Religious Liberty Association. Ganun, you have 12 minutes to unpack the concept note and frame our discussion going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But I'm going to use my PowerPoint. I think this could be helpful in following what I am sharing today. Just one second here, just move it on this side. Thank you. racism, slavery, and coloniality. I will explain. Debunking systems of oppression, building better human relations. Just give me 1 second here. Yes. So for conceptual clarity, the key notions that will be developed in reference to racism, slavery, and coloniality are connected actually to the root of a word, doom, or dom rather. Let us think about all the words actually connected to this root dom. Dominance, dominations, dominion, domain, kingdom, domesticate, and more positively, of course, freedom and wisdom. For our presentation, I will say internalized dominance, a matrix of dominations, and ecosystems of dominions. Notice the word system here when we talk about racism. Now, of course, time will not allow me to talk more about dominionism, another word. But for this presentation, I will focus on clarifying the concept of racism, slavery, and coloniality and highlight their intersection. Starting with racism, what is it? Racism, in fact, is a multi-layered and multifaceted phenomenon. There are personal, interpersonal, societal, structural, institutional, and systemic dimensions of this disease that one must take into consideration. Now, let's start with internalized dominance. What are we talking about? At personal level, it takes the form of internalized dominance, that racism, a disease of the pride of alleged superiority based on a construct of the notion of race and inbuilt biases according to which Black people are inferior. 2, at interpersonal level, or B, the pride of internalized dominance, right? This arrogance is conjugated into prejudices manifested in how the racist mind relates to those deemed inferior. Now, then next step is a matrix of dominations. At societal, structural, institutional levels, racism manifests itself as a matrix or matrices of dominations, favoring privileges based on one's ethnicity or color of skin. Now, at an ecological level, environmental racism this time is expressed through the dumping of toxic waste in regions of the world with predominant BIPOC, that is, Black, indigenous people, and people of color, bringing diseases, of course, and premature death of millions of people. But then there's a larger spectrum. Ecosystems of dominion at global, geopolitical, economic, and cultural levels. Racism is a force, actually, that shapes the whole ecosystem of human relations, meaning education, leadership, governance, academic curricula, media representations, worldview, values, fashions, and even taboos. Now, even the realm of artificial intelligence is not immune from racial biases, but I'm not going to develop that. Moving on now to slavery. What is slavery? Slavery is a cancellation of human identity, a reduction of human beings to a status of subhuman, a domination, again the word dom, and subjugation of people into domains to domesticate. Slavery is about multiple separations of families, gut-wrenching suffering of mothers whose children were sold in slave markets on January 1st, by the way, or on any other day convenient for the oppressors. But January 1st was the worst day of the year for those whose lives were punctuated by losses. Loss of dignity, loss of autonomy, loss of freedom, loss of self-determination. In fact, loss of personhood reduced to chattel. Now, it may be helpful to say that when referring to slavery, it is not just about the transatlantic slavery. When referring to slavery, there are other human trafficking practices before the 15th century transatlantic slave trade. Interestingly, our family goes back to, like trace until back to the 14th century. the 15th century in the West African coast of Senegal, Portuguese came. Anyway, let me move on to say there are slave trades that were designated as veiled genocide. What are we talking about? Not only the trans-Saharan slavery, but the Oriental in the 7th century, interestingly, 800 years before the transatlantic slavery. Then you have the intra-African slavery, of course, the transatlantic, the trans-Pacific slavery also. But they were all crimes against humanity. Slavery is not only a reality, though, of a bygone era. And one has to mention modern day slavery, human trafficking, organ trafficking, abduction and reduction of human beings to the status of sex slave. And that is a despicable current reality. Now, focusing only on the transatlantic slavery then, and giving in to the conspiracy of silence regarding the other crimes against humanity will make the healing of the wounds of slavery only partial and incomplete. Now, one could stay here talking about the United States, but to stay within my time, let me just say that the framers of the Constitution, the US Constitution, did not find it contradictory, for example, to own slaves. And what we are talking about is 250 years of slavery, almost 100 years of Jim Crow law centered on legalized segregation, and then, of course, racial terrorism, unspeakable violence through lynching, killing of Black people, and that has, of course, the devastating effects of transgenerational trauma. And I should move to say, in America, for example, it took 3 amendments to the Constitution to try to reverse the evil of racism, slavery, 13, 14, and 15 amendments. But racism is a die-hard disease and evil. Actually, coloniality carried its perpetuation. Now, let me move on to coloniality. I could have talked about the legacies of colonialism, but coloniality is the next step, actually. To understand coloniality, one has to recognize that the seeds of coloniality were planted at various infamous conferences aimed at legitimizing colonialism. The appropriation of Black people's body, lands, and resources. The Berlin Conference in 1884 for the partition of Africa was a notorious crime against the continent of Africa, its people, and its resources. So, colonialism is the process of establishment and presence of colonial administrative structure, right? Coloniality, the colonial forms of domination after the end of the colonial administration produced by colonial cultures and structures in modern colonial capitalist world system. Let me just go to say it's about power. In a nutshell, coloniality works as an epistemic mechanism that classified people around the world, right? By color, territories, and distribution of labor and organization. Now, let me say, Christianity has been used, instrumentalized to expand the web of coloniality in various ways, not only through the so-called civilizing mission, but also through art. For example, the portrayal of Jesus as a white person with Northern European features. This insidious subliminal message practices actually have contributed to supremacist assumptions. Intersections, what are we talking about? What is it that racism, slavery, and coloniality have in common? They are systems that deprive human beings of their identity, their stories, in fact, their very humanity, their full humanity. Racism, slavery, and coloniality reduce BIPOC to supporting roles. They are presumed unqualified, unfit, or unworthy of leading role. Their alleged inferior status in the supposed and constructed racial hierarchy has become a doctrine, an ingrained ideology regarding how things are supposed to be. After all, claim the racist, Black people have not contributed anything to history, civilization of human flourishing. Of course, I will not take time to debunk this here. The belief in the inferiority of BIPOC is therefore perniciously ingrained in practices of marginalization, segregation, apartheid, and other crime against the human. So racism, slavery, and coloniality suppress the conscience of those considered inferior as inexistent because their conscience does not matter. They are exchangeable and disposable for the sake of profit. That is the economic side of slavery, of racism, slavery, and coloniality. Way forward. Today, there is an urgent need for alternative to personal internalized dominance, that pride of superiority. Alternatives to interpersonal reduction of people into domains to be owned, controlled, and disposed of. An alternative to corporate matrices and webs of domination spread to subjugate people. No human beings is supposed to be under the domination of another human being. It goes with the urgency to plan and to adopt a new model of being human. My overarching question then, how to move forward, is the following. How can we envision human relations, not in terms of dominance, domination, dominion, and exploitation, but instead solidarity based on a benevolent disposition toward the whole human family? This would be a new renaissance that would function as an antidote to racism, coloniality, and slavery. The entire value of lording it over people has been elevated to the status of a supreme good associated with power, domination, and dominion, domesticating human beings reduced to domain. Subjugated human beings, by the way, are thus deprived of their stories, instrumentalized to supporting roles, forced to perpetuate the narratives framed by racial, ethnic, tribal supremacists who structure society into superior and inferiors, creating a matrix of domination. Depriving people of their stories is to strip them of their identity. It is simply criminal and belong to the nomenclature of crimes against humanity. The human family can do better, deserves better in applying humane principle into policies and practices. At the center of the whole endeavor would be the affirmation of every person's dignity, right, and responsibilities towards one another in human solidarity. As a matter of fact, the solution ultimately is also expressed through the root dom, but this time, freedom.
Thank you so much, Kanun. You have, I believe, set the stage and given us a challenge. You will enable us to think deeply as we go forward, listening to other panelists in this symposium. In this particular panel, our next panelist is Manjula Pradeep. Manjula is a human rights activist in Gujarat, India. She is the founder of the WAVE Foundation, the director of campaigns in Dalit Human Rights Defenders Network, and the convener of the National Council of Women Leaders, a very busy woman. So I would like to invite Manjula. You have 10 minutes. The screen is yours.
Thank you so much, Burton. Thank you for inviting me for this very important event. By listening to Kanun, I just echo it with what's the situation in my country, India. I was just thinking about how do I present the issue in India, because we have so many problems in India based on race, based on color, based on religion, based on caste. I represent 200 million people in India who face discrimination based on caste, based on our identity of former untouchables. And I would say that India being the largest democracy in the world, we suffer from the continuous kind of slavery which is imposed on us due to our identity. We have been struggling for inclusion of caste within the UN agenda since 2001, when we had World Conference Against Racism in Durban, and I was one of the delegates from India. I myself realized my own caste and gender identity as I was growing up, and I realized that how my people are treated because of our identity. We are treated as defiled, impure, just because of dominance of a particular religion, that is Hinduism. And how does Hinduism discriminates against us with our bodies, with our all right to freedom and expression, and also right to faith. To a very large extent, I do see how women from my community, they face continuous forms of exploitation, and mainly sexual abuse and rape. As you know, last year in India, we had a gruesome atrocity where a Dalit woman was gang raped, and she was murdered in a state called Uttar Pradesh. And we all knew that despite having a law which talks about protecting the rights of people from my community, we are still struggling to get justice. We are still not knowing, will there be a justice for the family of this rape victim. We also have caste-based slavery. We have millions of people who are forced to clean human excrement with bare hands. We have a practice which is called as temple prostitution, where 9-year-old girls in the southern part of India are forced to become temple prostitutes. And I myself, I am a survivor of sexual abuse at the age of 4. And having worked with the victims and survivors of sexual violence, I realize it's a long road towards justice. It's very painful, and a realization which makes us feel that, do we exist as citizens of this country? I have worked during communal genocide in 2002 in Gujarat, where we were supporting the survivors and victims of the pogrom, which was organized and very much planned by the state. And during working in the relief camps, I could see the pain and trauma which the Muslim communities were carrying on their bodies, on their mind. And as you know, that we are still struggling with the issue of citizenship in India since the past 3 years. I think these are some of the important aspects which I would like to relate it with racism in the US context. We do have a very good constitution which was drafted by one of the former untouchable, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and which guarantees us right to equality, right to freedom of assembly. But we still know that we are quite behind in terms of implementation of the laws which are there for the protection of the rights of people from my community and those who are also deprived of their identities and because of their particular social origin. I would say that, yes, I have worked on the issues of police atrocities, killings of Dalit youth by Muslims, by the police. They used AK-47, and we are still struggling to get justice for these 3 Dalit youth in Gujarat. You know, in 2016, we had flogging of 4 Dalit youth in Gujarat, where they were tied behind a vehicle and they were paraded in the city of Una. They were stripped and they were beaten badly just because they were alleged of killing a cow. So these are the gruesome atrocities which are happening in our country. I must say that I struggle in my own personal life of being rejected as the Dalit woman leader. I faced hostility from my own parents, my family, where I have to move out from my parents' house. And because of the work which I was doing, the Intelligence Bureau, they tried to investigate into what the work I was doing when I was organizing border laborers 25 years back. In my work of 30 years, I would say that we have been struggling a lot to represent the issue. And that's why we have formed networks in the country. We represent the issues of caste-based atrocities in the UN, in European Parliament. And we want this issue to be recognized globally. It's not a problem of one country. It's a problem of South Asia. It's a problem of caste-affected countries. But UN has included our form of discrimination as discrimination on work and dissent. And I think it has created a larger platform for us to build those communities together in addressing the issue of discrimination, which is related to our bodies. And I would like to say at the end is also, how do we women from the social origin of untouchable communities, how do we survive in a hostile environment in a country like India, where every day 10 Dalit women or girls are being raped? And these are the official figures of the National Crime Records Bureau. The numbers are much more than that. And I think it's a long battle of all of us who we have been journeying together to raise this issue locally, nationally, and internationally. And we face a lot of restrictions in terms of our work, as we know that there is a lot of challenges with the civil society in India are facing in terms of shrinking spaces where our rights are being violated. We are called as anti-nationals for the work which we have been doing for such a long time. And I would say that, yes, the time has come where we have to get the support from the global community and the recognition of each one of us as human rights activists. And we also believe that we cannot be treated like this for such a long time, because caste system has been there in India for more than 3,000 years. So we must understand that the rootedness of this religion intersecting with the caste, intersecting with our gender, our class, it has manifested into various forms of atrocities and violence. And I think it's the right time for us as a global community that we should support the issue of caste-based discrimination in India. And we have produced a book during the COVID pandemic that atrocity didn't stop. So we have produced a book called No Lockdown on Caste Atrocities, documenting 60 cases of gruesome forms of atrocities from 7 states of India. Last year, we also did a campaign to end caste-based sexual violence covering 15 states of India. I think it's high time that the work which is being done by activists like me, and there are millions of us who are doing this work at the ground level, be recognized and be supported by the international agencies, including United Nations. Thank you so much for giving me this time and opportunity. Thank you.
And I thank you, Manjula. Your courage and your honesty is applauded and has been applauded continually in the chat while you've been speaking. I want to honor your contribution and to point out that I will come back after everyone has an opportunity to speak and invite each of the 5 panelists to engage one another and to engage me in some questions to flesh out even further the themes of this panel. Our next panelist was to have been Sarah Hamouds. Unfortunately, Sarah has taken ill, and her colleague, Michael Wiener, will be replacing her today. I want to thank Michael especially for jumping in at the last second. And Michael works in the office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in Geneva, focuses on protecting minority rights and freedom of religion and belief. Dr. Wiener, the screen is yours.
Many thanks for this kind invitation to this event, which is really an excellent opportunity to deepen our collective understanding of racism, its specific manifestations for different racialized communities and its legacies. And I think what we just also heard from Ganun and Manjula is really from the people concerned. And I think this is also what I wanted to stress at the outset, that the deep understanding ultimately lies with the affected individuals and communities themselves. So it's by listening to their lived experiences and to also the solutions that they themselves identify that we can make progress in the long-standing fight against racism. So what my colleague Sarah and now I wanted to basically explain a bit in 10 minutes is the latest report on these issues, which the UN Human Rights Office published last June. That report was requested by the United Nations Human Rights Council following the murder of George Floyd, which we already heard at the outset. And it has a specific focus on Africans and people of African descent. As we prepared the report, we relied on publicly available information, but very important, we received more than 100 written submissions. We had 23 online consultations, during which we listened to over 340 people, mostly of African descent. So let me briefly share some of the main findings and recommendations that came out of that process. So first, the analysis showed that the misconception that the abolition of slavery and the end of the transatlantic trade and colonialism had removed the racially discriminatory structures built by those practices, this misconception remained unaddressed. And as a result, states have not paid adequate attention to the disparate impact of policies on certain populations, and also to the conscious and unconscious bias in that context. In contrast, for people of African descent, the legacies of these practices are part of their daily reality, which is often characterized by dehumanization, marginalization, and denial of rights. In turn, the dehumanization of people of African descent has sustained and cultivated a tolerance for racial discrimination, inequality, and violence. We took a deeper look at the manifestations of systemic racism in law enforcement and in the criminal justice system. And here we found system-wide, disproportionate and discriminatory impacts on people of African descent in their encounters with law enforcement and the criminal justice system. Encounters that are shaped by harmful and degrading associations of Blackness with criminality, delinquency, and other biases. Racial profiling continues to be widely practiced, and related institutions and systems appear to be failing to consider these discriminatory impacts on people of African descent beyond attributing individual excesses to, and I quote, a few bad apples within law enforcement, and to ensure accountability for law enforcement violations and redress for victims and their families. So racial bias, stereotypes, and profiling appear to play recurrent and predominant roles. It appears that erroneous and stereotypical portrayals or perceptions of what or who is dangerous continue to drive inferences made in the context of law enforcement and within the criminal justice system. We found that with rare exceptions, the investigations, prosecutions, trials, and judicial decisions fail to consider the role that racial discrimination, stereotypes, and institutional bias may have played in the deaths. We also found racial bias, stereotypes, profiling of people of African descent by law enforcement are often compounded and aggravated by intersectional factors. And here, let me just quote some: gender identity, migration status, but also interestingly, religion, socioeconomic, and other status. As we then examined modern day manifestations of systemic racism against Africans and people of African descent, calls for reparatory justice, which obviously have been made over decades, were very present. We therefore looked into how states and others were confronting these legacies of enslavement, the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans, and colonialism. We found some promising local, national, and regional initiatives. For example, apologies, truth-seeking initiatives, commemorations, and tributes, and other forms of reparations. And here it's interesting, some of these initiatives were introduced by states and local authorities or regional organizations, but others by universities, business enterprises, and also religious groups. But we could not find a single example of a state that has fully reckoned with the past or comprehensively accounted for the impacts of the lives of people of African descent today. This analysis led to the development of a 4-point agenda towards transformative change for racial justice and equality, which sets out a vision with the main building blocks for achieving real progress for people of African descent. Let me briefly mention these 4 points. 1, ending the denial and dismantling systemic racism. 2nd, pursuing justice for violations by law enforcement officials, ending impunity and building trust. 3rd, ensuring that people of African descent and those who stand up against racism are protected and heard, and their concerns are acted on. And 4th, providing redress by confronting past legacies, taking special measures, and delivering reparatory justice. We see these 4 pillars as being interconnected, and we therefore need to advance all 4 of them in order to bring about meaningful change for people of African descent. This agenda is directed primarily at states, but also at non-state actors whose role in advancing racial justice and equality is also essential. And here, let me highlight the role of religious leaders and faith-based actors, who are important constituency in addressing racism. Earlier, as I briefly alluded, in some states, religious groups have taken steps towards addressing the harm associated with their past links to enslavement. And these have consisted, for example, in scholarships for students, apologies, and acknowledgements. And there are more details in the conference room paper of that report. Let me just focus on the religious leaders very specifically, because they have a crucial role to play in speaking out firmly and promptly against intolerance, discriminatory stereotyping, and instances of hate speech. This is highlighted already in the Rabat Plan of Action and in the Faith for Rights framework. And in this context, we have been piloting with various faith-based actors, many of whom are here in the virtual room, and UN entities, notably the Office of the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide and the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, a peer-to-peer learning methodology using the Faith for Rights toolkit. I've focused a lot on the High Commissioner's report on racial justice. This is one piece of a broader effort by the UN Human Rights Office and also all UN human rights mechanisms to combat racism and to address the legacies of the past. I won't be able to go into the details, but let me just briefly flag several recent initiatives. The first is the establishment of an international independent expert mechanism to advance racial justice and equality in law enforcement globally, especially where relating to the legacies of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade in enslaved Africans. And this mechanism will start its work later this year. The second is the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent, which is a standalone 10-member expert body, which will serve as a consultative mechanism for people of African descent and other relevant stakeholders, and also as a platform to improve the safety and quality of life and livelihoods of people of African descent. And it's also an advisory body to the Human Rights Council in Geneva. The third is a panel discussion, which the Council asked our office to organize later this year in September, to identify challenges in addressing the negative impact of the legacies of colonialism on human rights and to discuss ways forwards. Obviously, there are a number of special procedures mandate holders who have undertaken important thematic analysis and also published related reports to the Council and to the General Assembly. And as was also mentioned earlier on last September, on the 20th anniversary of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, heads of states and governments adopted a political declaration affirming states' determination to mobilize political will and to accelerate momentum to make the fight against racism and the protections of its victim a high national priority. My last point, later this year, we are going to mark the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious and Linguistic Minorities. And one entry point here for engaging with faith-based actors is its Article 2, as well as the related Commitment 6 on Faith for Rights. And here I quote, which provide that all persons belonging to minorities have the right to participate effectively in cultural, religious, social, economic, and public life. Let me finish by saying that all these developments and milestones mark renewed opportunities to place racial equality and justice for people of African descent at the center of international, regional, and national processes and agendas. And we look forward to cooperating with you in this context. And I would like to finish by picking up Ganoon's inspirational words of fighting for the positive Dom. So basically the freedom and not the other negative connotations of Dom. Thank you.
I want to thank you very much, Michael. I want to thank you for so eloquently stating your case and for stepping up truly at the very last minute. As a reward for your faith, I want to give you an opportunity. I know you have a new book coming out in April. Can you tell us all the title, since I think it is relevant to this symposium?
The idea is basically to reconcile religion and human rights, and something which Azza already at the outset and in other contexts really flagged and also explained how it is important to learn from each other through peer-to-peer learning. So that's precisely the idea also behind the Faith for Rights Toolkit.
And the name of the book?
It's Reconciling Religion and Human Rights.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to reading it. Our next speaker is, to me, a challenge for us all, because when I saw what Haley Ramsey Jones does in her daily work, my question immediately was, what does racism, slavery, and colonialism have to do with her disarmament work? She works in disarmament, and that's state to state. Haley is the Geneva director of SGI Office for UN Affairs, and she applies an anti-racist intersectional approach to her disarmament work at the UN and within civil society. So, Haley, I'm really intrigued. I'm sure everyone listening wants to hear what you have to say. The floor is yours.
I'm still on mute. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to really address some of those questions that you posed. And they're definitely questions that I've been asked before. So I'm hoping that I can address them here today. And I'd also just really like to thank my fellow panelists, because I've learned a lot, and it's been, yeah, very informative so far, and I'd also say quite moving as well. So my name is Haley, and as Bert mentioned, I work for Soccer Gakkai International, SGI, which is a global community-based bodies organization and an NGO in consultative status with the UN. We have an office in New York, but I'm based here in Geneva. And in terms of what we do, well, we work with the UN member states and different UN agencies in a variety of areas, but mentioned disarmament, but we also work in climate and sustainability, gender equality and empowerment, and peace. We work really to promote these issues within the UN space, working together with other NGOs and faith-based organizations. We try to drive these issues forward. And yeah, for the sake of time, I will just focus on the disarmament work that I do mostly, and how we apply anti-racist intersectional perspectives and analysis to different weapon systems themselves. But perhaps more crucially, we also work to apply these perspectives internally within ourselves, the campaigns and movements that we work with, and we bring them, of course, to the UN space as well. So, as I said, lots of people do ask me why we take an anti-racist and intersectional approach, how we came to work on these issues, and what exactly does that look like. So I think maybe to start, an important sort of concept in Nichiren Daishonin Buddhism, which is our tradition, is the interconnectedness of life. The idea that no one issue, person, or thing exists in a vacuum, and that fundamentally you cannot build your happiness on someone else's suffering, although, of course, many of us try to all the time in various ways. But in Buddhism, it's concerned with equality, justice, human security. We believe that at the heart of all forms of oppression is the radical negation of others, of their humanity, their dignity, and their equal right to happiness and life. So working to unmask systems of oppression that deny people's dignity is inherent in our philosophy. And I believe this is also true of, I would say, probably all religions. I think the critical question then becomes, are we truly living up to these lofty values? And in what ways do we attempt to, and in what ways do we fail to live up to these values? So I'll definitely come back to that important question later, but I also want to sort of journey back to when I personally became very aware of how race and colonialism plays out in the international policymaking space within the UN and also NGOs. And so that was about 10 years ago, where I really just observed a lot of power disparities between different states at the UN that often showed up in these lines of former colonial powers and those who were colonized. There were many examples of this, but a very quick example that I'll share today is in the disarmament space, when governments were discussing negotiations for a treaty to ban nuclear weapons. So many former colonized countries that I and other NGOs colleagues spoke to informed us that although they supported nuclear disarmament, they were unable to vote for it because they had received warnings from other countries who still held significant power and influence over their country. This, of course, was very difficult for obvious reasons to speak about at the time, It's now sort of widely known, so I'm able to share that today. But the consequences of these types of power disparities have grave effects for our international policy making and our world. And this needs to be unmasked and this needs to be addressed. So this was another catalyst for trying to work more in this area. In addition to this, over the years, I also saw a lack of NGOs from the Global South operating at the UN on a permanent basis. And the NGOs from the Global South mainly came to the UN for a one-off conference, which more often than not was decided by larger European or North American NGOs. As well as this, there were very few NGOs, permanent NGOs in Geneva from the Global North that had, the so-called Global North, of course, that had people of color in leadership positions or in their staff teams at all. In fact, in all my time in Geneva, despite the fact that there were literally hundreds of NGOs based here, and I know many of them, I can only point to 2 other European people of color who work here full time. So I think it's important to ask, why is this the case? What does this tell us about our own organizations, about our international policy making, about colonial legacies, or about the value we place on the lives, experiences, and expertise of people of color? In the intergovernmental UN space, I think it tells us that structural and systemic racism are unfortunately alive and well and function to keep the status quo. The lack of meaningful representation in the NGO civil society space, I think, unfortunately shows us that whilst on the surface we demand change, equality, human rights, and human security, we do so while simultaneously upholding the same structures and systems that ensure white supremacy, normalcy, dominance remain intact, that white power and privilege remains intact, goes without challenge, and I think more significantly, it goes without notice. So more concretely, what does racism have to do with disarmament? I think another way of answering this question is looking historically. Historically, formal colonial powers from North America, Western Europe have been the largest weapon producers, testing and deploying them on a wild scale in colonized countries and small island states across Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America, the Caribbean, and the Middle East. So it's not possible for us to realize a future of peace and security without acknowledging the fact that weapons are used to symbolize power and have been developed and used to dominate other people's bodies, lands, and property. So in this context, it's crucial to address the role that colonialism, white supremacy, systemic racism, structural oppression have played and continue to play in the development, deployment, testing, and use of weapons. We need to pay attention to the social, economic underlying causes behind these weapon systems and the cycles of violence that they perpetuate if we are to abolish these weapons in a sustainable way. So some of the ways that we in Estrion have been applying an anti-racist intersectional approach within disarmament is by highlighting the different ways that weapon systems themselves have been deployed, tested, and used at the detriment of people of color and marginalized communities. We've done this by working closely with the Special Rapporteur on Racism and also with the working group of experts on people of African descent, as the previous speaker just mentioned. So ensuring that they include issues around how different weapon systems perpetuate racial inequalities within their thematic reports that are submitted to the UN General Assembly and also to the Human Rights Council here in Geneva. In terms of our work with civil society, my organization recently co-organized two-year awareness raising and diversity, equity and inclusion training events for the disarmament community. It explored how racism and other inequalities manifest in our own disarmament community, what microaggressions look like, how we can tackle inequity head on, and the ways that we can meaningfully commit to building an intersectional anti-racist practice in the disarmament community moving forward and in our activism. As a member of the Stop Killer Robots campaign, I was asked to work to form a working group on intersectionality to help the campaign be less racist, more diverse, and more intersectional. So For that, we looked at and we still look at the campaign's existing policies, practices and culture, as well as their leadership and governance, how they engage their members and where they prioritize their funding, which is always very interesting when working on things like this. So these are just some examples of how we work on these issues within the disarmament context. So though we've been looking at racism and how it functions and emerges in different spaces for a number of years now, as you all know, in more recent times, the world has become more conscious of racism and its impacts, which has definitely helped move this work forward for us. However, as I'm sure you're all only too well aware, despite this growth in awareness, not a lot has changed, and we still see the same challenges, including apathy, resistance, good old-fashioned fear of being exposed as being a racist, fear of losing power and position, and also I think just fear of the unknown and fear of not saying that or doing the right thing. But I am hopeful, because I believe it's precisely where these challenges lie is where the opportunities are and where the work needs to be done. So we know this. And as faith-based organizations, I think we must take these opportunities to really live up to the lofty values that we profess. We need to interrogate our own histories, practices, policies, and cultures that fail to uphold the dignity of life. And in doing so, I think we can help model what that actually looks like for others. It's so important that we tackle these parts of ourselves that feels apathetic, and there are lots of parts of ourselves that feel that way, parts of ourselves that tolerate injustice, inequity, discrimination, and human suffering. Of course, none of this is easy. However, it is necessary to embark on and to continue to do this reflective, introspective work if we are to truly align our behaviors and attitudes with our ideals, and if we are to create more peaceful, just, equitable societies. So I think racism and intersectionality definitely manifest in all areas of our lives, our personal lives and our work. It's really for us, including in disarmament, it's really for us to interrogate how that happens and how we can address that. So thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Haley. You demonstrated in some of the things you said, precisely the theme. One may wonder, what, disarmament? And you have shown us, first of all, I'm going to quote you, the radical negation of others, which is a very powerful subtheme, I think, in today's conversation. But you also argued that it's intersectional. And by taking disarmament as an example, you've shown us precisely how intersectional it is. And I will come back to everyone after our final speaker, and that is Sanjoy Bhattacharya. Sanjoy is a medical historian who also works on health policy in global, international, and national settings. He heads the World Health Organization Collaborating Center for Global Health Histories at York in the United Kingdom. Sanjoy, you're on the screen, please.
Thank you, Bert, for the invitation and the generous introduction. I'd also like to thank all the speakers who have presented such powerful perspectives that my mind is worrying at the moment. So I hope I can concentrate on my own presentation now. History is all around us in every possible way. In our environments, the buildings we work in the memories of the work who have preceded us. But history also envelopes us in more immediate ways, I would submit to you today. Through project evaluations, celebrations of success, and the creation of institutional histories to remember all such success. And such history is intended to guide current planning and future work as well. For me, as someone who has worked with national, international, and global governance for many years, I'm deeply aware of how racism plays a strong, sustained, and immoral role through history making The damage is constant and immense. Even as glowing assessments are made about the many bases of success and lessons for the future, the focus invariably falls on the thoughts and the actions of the few. Actors usually from high-income countries, generally male and white. Here contributions are that their contributions are expanded to a point where ground level implementers of policy would struggle to recognize such generous descriptions of supposed success. Such evaluative narratives, therefore, become an exercise in power. The remembrance of contributions of the powerful and the rich. This was not unimportant. Of course, this work did contribute to the advancement of programs. But it is important for us today to remember that such work by high-income country actors is also a part of a much bigger mosaic of action, of implementation, and of future planning and contribution. This is where the role of the most productive and hardworking, the implementers on the ground, get lost, consciously so, through assumptions of value set far, far away, usually in high-income countries. Assumptions that are almost colored by ideas that exclude expertise without focusing on the power of implementation. Value itself becomes racially exclusive. For me, it is at the level of implementation that the most meaningful public, civil society, and governance alliances happen. They don't happen by accident. They happen through hard work. And that hard work is often done by Black and brown implementers. It is here that negotiation occurs, and it is here that moral relationships that ultimately work are hammered into shape, leading to major public health advancements. This is where national government officials and civil society actors vastly outnumber so-called global players. In the smallpox and polio eradication programs, thousands of global representatives were vastly outnumbered by hundreds of thousands of national actors, both public and civil. Yet, we often choose to remember the work of a fraction of the thousands. This selectivity of vision and artificiality in the creation of reports and other institutional histories becomes a very powerful basis for enduring racism in institutional contexts, government, international, and global. For me, this exclusionary vision is the grossest form of racism and immorality, where the claims of the few are empowered over the contributions of the very many. Tragically, even as this narrative buttresses the CVs of the few, it silences and weakens the many who have led, the many who have taught us, the many who have sacrificed, the many who can lead us in the future. Those very people who make a difference now and will do so in the future, who will be forgotten as grand plans are made in high-income countries and rediscovered very slowly on the ground when vague claims of expertise in high-income countries fail, waste money, waste time, cause loss of life. It is then that the implementers who have already contributed will come back on stream bring programs back on track, save lives, only to be forgotten again. I'm not trying to suggest here that no tensions exist at the level of implementation, anything but. Ms. Pradeep's talk was a powerful reminder of that. For me, someone of Indian origin, caste is an evil that we all need to fight against. Indeed, what she had to say reminds us that any decolonization efforts need to properly consider social inequity and injustice in context. But as these are recognized and studied, they provide warnings about what to expect, what we need to counter, and what we need to help overcome. Here, low and middle income country actors need to beware. Some are invited to join the largely hallowed ranks of HIC actors, high income country actors, to be remembered in a global pantheon of leaders. They should only join if the other members of the hundreds of thousands are remembered. This remembrance of a handful at the expense of the hundreds of thousands embeds racism, handing the power of defining what is civilized, what is scientific, and what is good to a very few who really do not care what happens on the ground, see everything as if it's a black or a brown blob. Sadly, those who compare on the basis of artificial norms, which are then justified by equally artificial histories, can only continue racism, harm, and inequity. We need to break free and come together to develop more inclusive histories. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjoy. And I want to thank all of the speakers for really hewing to their time limits. I have drilled that into everyone I spoke to simply because we are the first full panel and we want to hear the other panels as well. But I do want to address everyone who has spoken. And particularly, I want to thank Ganun, Manjula, Michael, Haley, and Sanjoy, and raise a number of issues that I heard in common across your talks. Sanjoy, I think you in particular reminded us so well as a historian that who writes the history, of course, has privilege. And it is the privileged few who continue to oppress the people of color. I'm also deeply struck by what Manjula had to say, but across the board, everyone spoke about the role of violence, that violence is one of the ways in which white supremacy is upheld as a form of structural racism. The other commonality, which was very well demonstrated, is the intersectionality, that what you might think you could isolate as colonialism or slavery or simply racism is in fact truly across the board an endemic problem. I want to pose to you in our very, very few minutes left for our panel, a very simple question. We're in an event that is planned by religious organizations, but we have also invited the United Nations, which frankly tends to keep religious issues mostly at arm's length, although I'm grateful for the Interagency Task Force on Religion and Development and the Multi-Faith Advisory Committee for that very task force. But all that said, my question to each of the five of you, and I don't know if there is a short and simple answer, but given the exigencies of time, I wonder if you can answer a very, very simple question, which I celebrate its naivete. What can religion do to address the issue of white supremacy and the oppression of people of color? And let's start with the first of our panelists, Ganun. Would you have anything to say to the issue?
Yes, and but if you allow me to just enlarge the question a little bit, because it's not just about white supremacists. It's about, we find supremacist ideologies all over the world. Okay. Yes, the past 500 years, it was about white supremacists, definitely. But what religion can do is, I think, to go deeper, not just at the level of symptoms, but the root causes. The issue is human valuing based on, a racialized hierarchy, but not just racialized hierarchy. We also have among religions a functionalized hierarchy. Some people we call lofty names. That does not diminish the dignity, right, and the value of any other person. I think there is something to deconstruct in our way of viewing human beings. Every human person is sacred with infinite value. If we start putting hierarchy, that's part of the problem. And I think religions can start looking also deeper, think about it. I did not talk about dominionism, but that's also part of the problem, right? One religion think it's superior to another, so therefore can want to impose its beliefs into policies. That's also part of the problem. I think the reconciliation, right, of the human family will be part of the solution. Everybody important, everyone sacred, more sacred than temples, than synagogue, than mosque, than human person back at the center. I think until we do that, we're going to continue to perpetuate discrimination, right? Marginalization, hierarchy, and then of course this faulty construction of the notion of race itself. But it goes beyond. You talk about tribalism, talk about ethnocentrism, talk about colorism too, right? In some countries, you cannot even appear on TV if you have a darker skin color, something like that.
Thank you, Ganun. And now I turn to Manjula. Very briefly, how do religions address the issues?
I think what I have personally understood about religion, that there is a politics around religion. So, and there is an entire context of majority versus minorities. So while I decided to embrace Buddhism in the year 2016, was a change for my own identity as an Ambedkarite Buddhist. And looking at the context of my country, I would say that what I would like to say that religion is basically somewhere one seek peace of mind. And I don't think religion should tolerate any kind of intolerance in terms of hate speech, right? Or discrimination or violence against a particular person or a community. So with the Buddhist framework and with the framework of what Ambedkar has taught us when we decide to become a Buddhist is you work on the state of your mind. I think something where is that you work on yourself before reaching others. And I think that's what is a true religion, is that where one look at into the social emancipation, where one look into one own set of beliefs and myths and those kind of attitudes toward a particular community which is ingrained in our mind through the socialization which happens in our families, in our communities, in our society. And I think the true religion is where, as what Ganun was saying, that you respect each other with your identity, whichever community you belong to, or whichever religious religion which you follow or practice. And I think that's what is the essence of a true religion. And that's what brings us together as citizens of this world. And that's what is the true essence of being a person from a particular religion, where you don't allow anyone to discriminate or violate anybody's rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manjula. And now, Michael, to you.
Many thanks, Bert, for this tricky question. But I would like to expand it also, not only what can religions do, but also what can the United Nations together with religious leaders do. And here to give you a very concrete example, which I only alluded to in my presentation briefly, already in May 2020, so relatively at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, we came together with various faith-based actors and religious leaders and together really formulated a global pledge for action to address the COVID-19 pandemic in collaboration of these actors with the United Nations. And let me read you one sentence, which I think is very much the answer to your question of what we can jointly do. And here it says, I quote, "We will continue to stand up and speak against hate speech and hate crimes, xenophobia, racism, and all other forms of discrimination. We will work with the United Nations and all other relevant stakeholders to implement the UN strategy and plan of action on hate speech," unquote. And I think here, this is the pledge. But then what we did over monthly webinars, again with the Office on the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide and Alliance of Civilizations, is really to have a peer-to-peer learning. And I have to say, each of these webinars, and I mean, you were also part of it and others, was an eye-opener for us, for me personally. And then really so many concrete examples of grassroots activities where faith-based actors are collaborating very concretely. I think this is the hope. And this is basically what Ganun was hoping for as the freedom.
Thank you for that pushback. And to your pledge, I say amen. Haley, your turn.
Thank you. What I would say is I see white supremacy not so much as an individual it's only for white people. Essentially, I see white supremacy is more of a mindset that we have all, to a lesser or larger degree, embodied. And I think, so you don't have to be white to fundamentally believe in and have white supremacist ideas. In the same way that you don't need to be a man, you can be a woman and have very patriarchal sort of mindsets, because we all were brought and up in this way and all taught these same messages. So I think what religion can do, and I think it's what all of us must do, is actively unlearn some of these messages, actively unlearn some of these ideas that places people in various different hierarchies. And I think being an anti-racist isn't just not being racist. I don't think that there is this kind of not racist or racist. I think that we, in order not to have these racist and white supremacist ideas, we have to actively be anti-racist. And to be anti-racist, we have to actively learn anti-racism ideas, and we have to take action. So I think that's what, as faith-based organizations and as individuals and as the UN and everybody, we need to do that.
That is a salutary lesson. To be anti is sometimes as important as to be pro, and you have instructed us well. Sanjoy, you get the penultimate word.
So I don't think it's going to surprise anyone if I said that all churches, mosques, temples, synagogues, etc. are divided, and some are more inclusive than others. And what I might mean by inclusivity means there are some religious institutions more open to peace building, bridge building between communities. Now, it's those inclusive elements, I think, that have a positive role to play in governance, internationally, nationally, locally, by helping engender more inclusive spaces within their own religious groupings, but also creating even wider inclusive spaces by bringing different religious groupings together in such a shared mission. And this, I believe, allows us to study inequity with greater self-awareness. I mean, at the very beginning of this event, a very powerful set of talks preceded us, and the issue of self-awareness was highlighted. And I want to support that perspective and say that self-awareness allows us to work with discomfort that should come to all of us from an awareness of our privilege. So I believe faith can arm us with a moral compass, which I hope we will all use for the good of all, but especially those in need. Because, you know, just sitting here with all of you underlines to me how privileged I am. But I need to ultimately go and do something that makes me feel better about myself on the ground, not just sit here and talk to wonderful leaders like yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I want to highlight something you said, and I misheard. You talked about inequity with an E, inequity. And in my religious ear, I heard iniquity. And I think that's a good confusion for us to have. I want to close with a word from my rabbis from the 2nd and 3rd century. They look at the Hebrew Bible and the story of creation of humanity, and they ask a very simple question. Why were Adam and Eve created as one individual and one couple rather than God create all of humanity at once? And they answer their own question by saying, this is to teach us that we all share a common ancestor, and therefore no one has the right to say, my people are greater than your people. And if we can keep that lesson in mind, I think we will all be better at not committing the iniquity of inequity. And with that, I want to thank my panelists really for a wonderful and thought-provoking panel, and turn it back to the moderators of today's symposium. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Rabbi Vysotsky and Session 2 panelists. I think we really needed that foundation that you laid out for understanding just how deeply entrenched we have been and still remain in cultures of violent dehumanization that call for conscious, intentional unlearning, as Haley adroitly put that. We need those perspectives in order to properly shift gears slightly into our next session, which is showcasing innovative experiences and concrete actions for positive change throughout the international community. With that, it is my total pleasure to introduce this session's moderator, the Reverend Philip Vinod Peacock. He is the Executive for Justice and Witness with the World Communion of Reformed Churches. Reverend Peacock, the floor is yours. We're so glad to have you.
Thank you very much for having me, and welcome everyone to this second session. Following the first session is going to be a very, very hard task, but here we are, and a warm welcome to everyone. We are meeting really in the context of speaking about anti-racism, dismantling the legacies of slavery and colonialism. And the High Commissioner of the UN's report on racial justice and equality made 4 very specific points that perhaps should frame our entire discussions. Firstly, to stop denying and start dismantling systematic racism. Secondly, to end impunity for violations by law enforcement officials against Africans and people of African descent and build trust. Thirdly, to listen to people of African descent. And fourthly, to confront past legacies, take special measures, and deliver reparatory justice. The intent of this particular session is actually to see where can we find these examples of best practices. Where perhaps are we able to take these statements made by the UN system, by non-governmental entities, by religious and faith actors, and to see how we as religious communities are embodying this ourselves, and perhaps finding examples in civil society for the world to see. So we are today in the very privileged position of having a number of experts join us to speak to us about this. Our first panelist is Ms. Miriam Ekiodoko, who is a member of the working group of experts on people of African descent. She is a motivational and public speaker, facilitator, trainer, and an independent expert. Joining her from the World Council of Churches is Dr. Masiwa Gunda. He is program executive for overcoming racism, discrimination, and xenophobia at the World Council of Churches and holds a PhD in intercultural applied biblical studies from Beirut University in Germany. Also on this panel is Dr. Mehta Al-Hassan, and she is the is a fellow of religion and public life in media and entertainment of Harvard University. She is the co-executive producer of Rami. She's a historian, journalist, social justice artist, and mending practitioner. We are also joined by Dr. Ruth Messinger, president of the American Jewish World Service, who served in this role from 1998 to July of 2016, and currently serves as the organization's inaugural global ambassador. We are also extremely fortunate to have Dr. Tahir Sharma, who is the regional coordinator for North America at the United Religions Initiative, the world's largest grassroots network of grassroots interfaith communities. He has had 10 years of experience doing interfaith cooperation work. So first, let me call upon Ms. Miriam Ekiodoko to speak to us, and I will offer her 8 minutes to give us her initial presentation. Miriam, are you with us?
We don't see here among the participants.
No problem. Perhaps we can move to the next presenter and wait for her to come on. And our next presenter is Dr. Gunda.
Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all those that are joining. I almost started with good afternoon because it's afternoon this side of the Atlantic. Thank you so much, Philip, for giving me this platform at this point in time. Let me begin by noting that racism and racial discrimination have been causes for concern in the ecumenical movement, even predating the formal launch of the World Council of Churches in 1948. Ecumenical gatherings from 1910 through to 1939 were all consistent in identifying what they called back then the race problem, especially in the colonies. From 1948 until 1975, the World Council of Churches made two fundamental declarations that are critical in the context of this symposium. The first such declaration was that apartheid, which was then the official government policy in South Africa, but which was being practiced worldwide in many communities, was declared to be a Christian heresy. That was the first fundamental move by the World Council of Churches, and also by many other member churches of the World Council of Churches. The second declaration came in 1975 at the assembly in Nairobi, Kenya, where the World Council of Churches also made this declaration. Racism is sin. Now, the work of the World Council of Churches, therefore, is guided by these declarations. And as we think of innovating for positive change and concrete actions for positive change, we're kept honest and intentional by the acknowledgement and acknowledging the continued relevance of these declarations. Racism is no longer just a sin. It is still sin, but it is now also a crime against humanity. And we need to acknowledge that. Now, the greatest catalyst for positive change in our quest to eliminate racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia is intentionally conquering denialism. I am happy in the previous session, speakers have spoken about the denialism that continues to affect us in this world. While racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia are pervasive in all societies, it is saddening that most societies remain in denial. We are in denial at a personal level, but most worryingly at an institutional level. We deny the reality of white supremacy, whiteness, and white privilege, not only as concepts, systems, and cultures that have benefited the former colonial masters, but as concepts, systems, and cultures that have been adopted and adapted in most societies across the world, in society and in churches or faith communities in general. However, I'm encouraged, and I hope we are all encouraged by what we are observing within the family of faith communities. I want to highlight that some member churches of the World Council of Churches have actually taken steps to come out of denial, to acknowledge not only the reality of racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia in society and in church. These churches have acknowledged how they were beneficiaries of racism and racial discrimination in the past, how they even prayed for racializing systems, especially in the former colonies. Now, this is a critical step towards sustainable transformation, acknowledgement of what has happened, acknowledging where we have contributed ourselves. We know this is something that remains a challenge. If sustainable transformation is to be realized, it is incumbent upon faith organizations, international, interstate organizations, and states themselves to work towards a coming out of denial, to assess how much they share in the racist history that led to their creation in the current formats, how much they have had some groups within and without their own territories, acknowledge the privileges and advantages they have accrued politically and economically from the centuries of racist-based economic systems that continue to channel huge profits to the few and a myriad of burdens to the racialized and vulnerable members of the human family. Friends, it is possible, it is difficult, and we know there's so much fight back, there's so much resistance. But if we do not come out of denial, no amount of innovation will see us making any steps. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Gunda. I think this is a very important first step where the churches and religious organizations recognize their complicity in upholding systems of discrimination and cultures itself of discrimination. We now move to asking Ms. Ruth Messinger, who was president of the Jewish World Service, to go next and offer us her thoughts on best practices, perhaps within the Jewish community, but also beyond, to see what perhaps can offer us a way of moving forward.
Thank you so very much. I'm glad you corrected your notice. I am not a doctor or a rabbi, but I aspire to find some ways to speak truth. I want to say that I have been really awed by this entire symposium since first thing this morning. I won't begin to tell you what else I had to do while I was listening to the sessions, but it was really an unusual delight to hear so many truths spoken so dramatically. And I call out particularly Rudolmar and Ganun, who was just amazing, and then Aza, and re-mention what Aza said, which is, as it were, that it starts at home, that we all need to look inside ourselves for our own racism and colonialism and oppressions of others in order to be able to find those in the world. So we ask about best practices. I want to say one more thing about problems, and that is, although I was listening carefully, one word I did not hear, I really loved Ganun's discussion of colonialism, but one word that I did not hear, which may seem mild in this instance, but was the word paternalism. And I mentioned that because I think very often people who are, to quote the last speaker, in denial about most of what's going on are thinking that nevertheless they're doing the best for someone else. And my notion of the best for someone else is always not nearly as good as their notion of what is best for them. And that is the essence of rights-based practices, which is what American Jewish World Service does. Reverend Peabody, not only inside the Jewish community, but in all of the places that we work in the world. The issue is, if you really believe that someone else is equally made in an image, but has her or his own individuality, then you have to defer to every other person to figure out what will help them fight off oppressions, move out of a colonial status, overthrow a kind of paternalism by being able to be their own voices for the kinds of change they need. And I'm proud to say that in American Jewish World Service, we have many, many examples of this, with letting people determine how they want to, for example, launch a fight to keep their land, when they want support in taking that battle to court. Talking to a universe of people in India, and Manjula, your discussion of Dalit work was most moving, but about the efforts to end early and forced child marriage. There are many, many ways of doing that, but the ways that are not correct are the ways that come from the top down, from a faith community going out to do good works, from a faith community that believes it can influence how other people shape their lives, or from a government or secular agency. So, we're talking here about bringing together faith communities and the United Nations. Each of those have their own examples of trying to speak for the other. And by the way, just to mention, each of them have their own suspicions of each other, so that the secular community wonders what all these faith people are doing, and the faith people wonder why the secular community doesn't seem to be guided by the same values. So we have a lot to learn about each other as well as about ourselves. But I use India as an example. We did a massive amount of work in India, letting a variety of different communities determine their own best ways to deal with the challenge of child marriage. And there are myriad ways, I'm not going to describe those, but to say what I think is a critical point here, which is that best practices, when you start to line them up, I hate to say this, but I know everyone knows it, suggests the slowness by which this change is going to be made, because change is not made by a faith or a nation or the United Nations saying, like, from now on, we will get rid of racism. So yes, for sure, the brilliant statements in the last panel, we have to be serious about anti-racism, but what that looks like in our own communities, in our own discussions, and when we go out in the world. I mean, just a practical comment. Someone talked before about the rise of DEI work and DEI consultations and DEI training for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I would add justice. But one thing to do is to think on these panels. I mean, talking about the panels that aren't quite as woke and clear as the last panel was, that somebody be asked, and sometimes different people be asked, monitor our discussion for when we are excluding people of color in our own community. Monitor our discussion for when someone does say something that someone else experiences as a microaggression. Stop the course of the discussion. Whatever's being discussed and planned is sometimes not nearly as important as examining ourselves and looking at our own internal continuations of these evils of racism, modern day slavery, modern day colonialism, and paternalism. The best practices then are going to be slow, because we're going to learn only in a particular community what is their way of fighting off their oppressions, and letting them talk about where faith-based institutions have helped them to make change, and the many places and ways in which they have not helped them to make change. I do a great deal of work on this internationally regarding issues of LGBTI rights, where you can get brilliant statements about where, unfortunately, the local faith communities have perpetuated hate crimes and intolerance and discrimination, and then those few instances where they've stepped forward to make change. I thought I might best add to this panel in the few minutes I have left with some positive stories. So the one about the best use of faith-based leaders committed to making change is the one I consider my favorite grant of the hundreds of grants that I oversaw at American Jewish World Service. And it was very briefly in Liberia during the beginnings of the Ebola epidemic. Somewhat thoughtful now about being in a pandemic, but dealing with Ebola, where, as some of you may know, one of the spreads of Ebola were the particular, without going into detail, funeral and burial practices of the community, which actually, according to science, was contributing to the spread. And so we said to ourselves, the US Marines are there, they really were there, in hazmat suits, frightening every citizen of Liberia. That's not going to work. We're not going to do anything by going in, even with groups with whom we have a close relationship already, and telling them to change their burial practices. How could we conceivably do that? And so we went to the imams, and we actually ended up making a grant from American Jewish World Service to the National Association of Imams in Liberia. And it was the imams who went out and said, part of our faith, an essential part of our faith, is saving lives. And so we are advising changes in certain burial practices for the duration of this epidemic in order to save lives. And no surprise, they were listened to and became a positive force for change, because they were willing to make change themselves. And then I thought I would just tell a couple of stories. I'll probably offend somebody with each of these stories, but it just, for me, shows the flexibility that faith communities can bring to an issue. So I gave you one in Liberia. Another one was a group of nuns, Catholic sisters that I was privileged to meet in India. This goes back 20 or 30 years, who were running a program for teens. And we asked them very, very carefully, because we were of different faiths. We knew we had different faith beliefs, like, well, what are you doing with the teens to avoid the spread of HIV AIDS? And they talked about their computer class, and they talked about their teen leader who was being helpful. And I was like nodding nicely. And then I said, is there anything else? And so these two women looked at each other, and they obviously decided that I was safe, which was a good thing to have. And they said, well, come into the other room. And the other room was essentially a teen cafeteria set up, with free juice and crackers on the counter. But on every small table where the teens went to sit, there was a bowl of condoms. And I, in turn, was shocked. I had been skirting around that issue, but I had no idea that they were confronting that issue. And so I looked at them and I just smiled broadly. And one of them said, well, the sister and I were talking, and we actually decided that the Pope was unlikely to come to visit. So I know that may offend some people, but it's just an example of flexibility and honesty. And now I will share one about the Jewish community. In South Africa at the end of apartheid, and someone made quick reference before to Desmond Tutu, the Mandela and Archbishop Tutu ran the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions, and one day of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, faith leaders were asked to speak, and an extraordinary leader from my faith community, a man named Rabbi Cyril Harris, who was a Scot from Scotland, but was posted to South Africa as the chief rabbi, And he spoke at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and he said, well, it's a known truth that there were several people of my faith, several Jews, who worked with the ANC to oppose apartheid. But as well, there were Jews who supported the government and supported apartheid. And then he paused, and then he said, but one thing is true, and that is that in bad ways, every single Jew benefited from apartheid. It's that kind of self-examination. That's an example of what Aza was talking about, looking inside yourself, looking inside your own community, and understanding that we've moved, that we have to move ourselves and have to move our faith organizations and have to move our the communities with which we work by constantly looking at these issues, by constantly asking what are the personal behaviors we have to change in order to be able to change the systems. And so I'm proud of the work that American Jewish World Service has done, always trying to respect the humanity and basic human rights and perspective of the groups that we fund, to let them determine the directions to move. But I would like to sort of close my remarks here by noting that in the descriptions for this day of work, there was reference to Dr. King, and a place in America, at least, for us to stay focused is that Dr. King's amazing legacy has been reduced, I'm sorry to say, to such an emphasis on service, which of course Dr. King believed in, that we obscure what else Dr. King stood for and wanted to be known for, which was a fundamental attack on the racism, the militarism, and the materialism that were structurally built into American society that were going to perpetuate the oppression of people of color. It's those systems that have to change, and those systems will only change if we are able to change ourselves and constantly look, even in the smallest ways, to improve best practices. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Messinger. You have really brought together a wide variety of perspectives, but so beautifully connected one with the other, and with this the sense of humor as well. I mean, the story of those Catholic nuns was extremely heartwarming. I think what we've done so far is with what the UN High Commissioner said about first recognizing the crisis that we have and then listening. I think both our panelists so far have very fairly addressed these first 2 points. I would like to ask Tahil now to step into the conversation, and it makes a very good segue actually from what Ruth was saying earlier with working with grassroots communities. And Tahil, with your vast experience of working with grassroots interfaith communities, what would you say are best interfaith practices as far as anti-racism and anti-colonial work would be?
Thank you, Reverend Peacock. I'm very thankful to be a part of this session today and almost see myself as unqualified in some ways, seeing the vast amounts of knowledge and expertise that people are bringing in. But I'm very thankful for the opportunity to express, I think, 2 very important things that we need to challenge in interfaith spaces that I think also further inform individual religious spaces and spaces in the general public that need to be challenged when we talk about an interfaith approach to challenging racism. The first being from a personal experience that I shared with a colleague of mine at the United Religions Initiative, when talking among young people, people under 35, about challenging racism and colorism in the interfaith movement. What ended up happening was there were some very uncomfortable reflections made on the ideas and experiences of what racism meant to certain people. And it came with the idea that these folks were expressing concern that in talking about these very deep issues that people are facing that are seen as injustices in many ways, we are forgetting about the oneness of our humanity, that we are not talking about peace anymore and we are focusing too much on differences and our problems. So the first thing that I ask people on this call today to challenge is this culture and theology of convenience that leads us to things like spiritual bypassing and calling for the sameness of the individuals that we share in the interfaith movement. It's very clear that we come from different traditions, communities, identities that make us the intersectional and beautiful people that we are. Something that actually was mentioned even in the chat on this call today. But what we have to make very clear is that that is a disservice to those people who are most marginalized and oppressed, who often don't have the opportunity to see and find the platforms to share their stories and experiences. When we take it away by saying that we are all equal and we are all the same and we are all one, we are leaning into this idea that because of our fight for equality, that we've actually fixed all of the problems that exist out there, when in reality, equity is what we are striving for. When in reality, it is opportunities and accommodations and ways in which we are able to uplift and equalize people that we're really striving for. So when we see individuals, when we see community members who come into these interfaith spaces to talk about why we're focusing so much on the challenges and the problems and the differences, it's because we have to remind people, especially from my traditions being a Hindu and Sikh, that we are actually very interdependent, that we are actually mutually responsible for each other, that in my seeing you, you are an image of me. We have to take that responsibility more seriously, especially when it comes to addressing racism and colorism. I come from communities here in the United States that in their own ways have been marginalized and oppressed over the last 150 years as people coming from South Asia. But when those communities also begin to harbor the sentiments of anti-Blackness, harboring the sentiments of those who come from different communities who they are not familiar with, they start to actually own more of the idea of white supremacy than they do solidarity across communities. And that's where we need to challenge those theologies and cultures of convenience that say that we promote and we aspire to this equality, but we don't actually live up to those ideals because it's not an easy thing to do. It's not a comfortable thing to do. The second thing that I think I would like to invite people to consider is actually living into the tradition of rebellion. And that tradition of rebellion is something that a lot of faith communities struggle with, even though they manifest this tradition of rebellion very well. We struggle with this idea that challenging tradition is something that takes a lot of time, but that because it is tradition, therefore it can remain, sacred and untouched. When the fact of the matter is, it is the endearing and beautiful nature of religion and spirituality to change with every community and context and moment that is able to pass. And that is something that I've been experiencing personally when looking at my Hindu tradition and how it has upheld the oppressive stance of the caste system over thousands of years. And I have to thank Manjula ji and Dr. Bhattacharya for reminding me constantly of the idea of being able to challenge the status quo that Hinduism has upheld in many ways in the tradition of the caste system by actually saying that I, as someone who has benefited from the privilege of caste, must challenge, deconstruct, and destroy the system so that I can uplift and equalize others. To be able to actually say that I am an anti-caste Hindu means honoring the sacredness that I see in the Dalit and Adivasi community who have not been able to speak up, who have not been able to enjoy and to be able to thrive in a society like South Asia. And it is because of religion, it is because of tradition that has upheld this idea that there must be a social hierarchy that impacts economics, jobs, education, and the ability to have leadership, means that I have to take my privilege and use it to dismantle the system itself. And it takes a lot of work to be able to do that, but it goes into the final point that I want to make, is that we have to remember the power of the people when it comes to institutions. We are the groundswell that makes communities and institutions and powerful nations able to do the work that they do, which means we have a responsibility individually to be able to participate in the work that happens on the ground and in our communities around the world. As someone who's worked in spaces trying to fight for voting rights, universal health care, against climate change, against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, I don't do that work at all times because I am directly affected by those things. I am not Muslim and I am not Jewish, but I have a responsibility to fight against Islamophobia and anti-Semitism because that is my community. To be able to see them differently from me is an act of ignorance on my part. But it takes a lot of my own energy and my own responsibility to say that they are my community too, even if they don't look or sound like me. That's where we have to find our ultimate responsibility as individuals in the roles that we play. And that's where we have to challenge the status quo of where governance and religious institutions and many decision makers understand where our power lies. As the people, the ones who are always governed, we are the ones that are able to actually turn around and say that because we have the power to speak up, we should also have the power to speak up and stand up for what's right and for what's righteous. And I think for that reason, those are the three points that I really want people to leave with today. Challenging the status quo of institutions and governments to be able to, to be able to challenge the theology and culture of convenience, and to be able to really introspect and realize where we need to deconstruct our own communities and our own judgments to be able to live out in the world as better people. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tahil. I think it is really important the way that you started, actually challenging these theological platitudes that we have that normativizes, on the one hand, our expectations of equality, but do not make it our everyday practice to actually challenge our praxis of inequality that is built so much into our religious traditions. I myself, I must confess, have big issues with what you very correctly name these theologies of convenience, which give us an easy cop-out rather than doing the hard scrutiny and everyday practice of justice within our own context. So thank you very much for bringing this to the forefront. Friends, I'm going to ask you if you have questions to put them either into the chat or into the question and answer. But for this moment, I'm going to swing back actually with the challenge that Tahil has given us to Masiwa. Masiwa, you very powerfully spoke to us about the necessity for religious traditions to acknowledge our complicity. But recognition perhaps is only one step. How do we move from recognizing our complicity into the real work of actually restoration, reparation, and then perhaps, finally, even reconciliation?
Thank you, Philip. You see, I think sometimes we underestimate the size of a step acknowledgement of this past complicity is in terms of taking the other steps that follow. Because Philip, as Tahil has just noted, most faith communities try to find an excuse from opening up the wounds of the past. So if the wound has, when we were growing up, Philip, and we played outdoors, unlike our children that are indoors, specialists, we played outdoors, we had all these bruises. It develops this small layer that covers up the wound. It doesn't mean the wound has healed. And I always thought my mother was inhumane because she would always remove this layer in order to dress the wound. Now, this is what most of us are refusing to do by being stuck in these theologies of convenience. In denialism, we don't want to accept that we were part of this evil system, even as we were believers and followers of Christ. We were part of this. I think if we can faithfully acknowledge how much we benefited from this system, Philip. That in itself is possibly 40% of the way to reaching reconciliation, just by admitting how we were involved and how much we benefited. Because only then can we fully repent. Because we cannot repent for sins that we have not acknowledged. So let's acknowledge. Then we repent. Once we have repented, Philip, we know how much hate we caused, and therefore we know how traditionally, and I come from Zimbabwe, traditionally the court system was not meant to convict and punish. It was meant to address broken relationships. So we sit together, we acknowledge the harm that has been caused. Once we have agreed on that, we see how best we redress that harm so that we restore the relationships to the way they were before somebody had overstepped the other. So let's acknowledge what has happened, and that way we repent and we can begin to make amends for that which has been done. So we can talk of reparations, we can talk of restorative justice, but all those things will only make sense if they are coming from a position of an acknowledgement, instead of being forced because we don't want to acknowledge. I think there is power in self-acknowledgement.
Thank you very much, Masiwa. I mean, and very powerfully, again, you've come back with this. And I think I recognize, particularly from our own faith traditions, Christianity's involvement and complicity with colonialism, with racism, with the legacies of slavery. I think it is very, very important that we acknowledge this. And thank you very much for that. I would like to move back to Ms. Messenger, to Ruth now, actually, and ask you actually to play the devil's advocate here a bit. You did speak about listening to communities and the importance of listening and not being paternalistic. I have a question that perhaps two parts here. Firstly, I mean, the recognition from what Masiwa says that faith communities themselves are often so entrenched in injustice and cultures of injustice. How do we then confront that in some ways? How is this done? And the second part, and related to this, what role does the state have in this? Does the state have a role in confronting faith-based communities or grassroots communities in general to be able to, and I recognize now I'm probably speaking too fast for the translators, so I will slow down. What role does the state have in confronting, encountering perhaps faith communities with questions of justice?
Well, those are two really powerful questions, and I think I want to say, because I'm feeling optimistic today, Reverend, that all they do is highlight the notion that I was saying, that these changes are going to be slow. I would add a third question. You asked, like, what role do state actors have to sort of call out continuing racism and oppression in the faith communities? And the flip side of that, of course, is what role do faith communities have in calling out those problems in the national structures? Which is why I mentioned Dr. King. I just, I urge everyone to, Dr. King is a hero for many people across many countries and many races, but I urge everyone to read his April 1967 speech at Riverside Church, because that was where he said, like, we're not going to get further without calling out the racism and the materialism and the militarism in our country and in our structures. But to go to your questions, yes, of course, states have a role in saying to faith communities, you are a source of some of the oppression and discrimination that you claim to not believe in. You have to look at your own practices. I guess what I'm moved by today is saying, mostly by people on the previous two panels, is like, we have to find ways to do this for ourselves, to look at, somebody posted to me in the chat, no, she's not offended by my story of the nuns, but it reminds her that the church has to look at its own practices. And that's what we want. So we will go sometimes to faith leaders. I think we all know this, sometimes in our own faith, certainly in my own faith, who profess great commitments to fighting for, take the key issue here, to fighting racism. But when you ask them, and right now this is a huge issue in the American Jewish community, are you aware that there are many Jews of color who are themselves victims of discrimination at various places inside the Jewish community? And people will say, oh no, or they'll deal with it on a totally individual basis. Oh, I am not being racist to that person. It's digging into the roots of the anti-racism. It's looking openly, not at just the question of broad state reparations, but like, where do we owe reparations in small details, in little ways? I have a colleague who is a rabbi in the South who has recently written that he discovered that his great-great-grandmother was a slaveholder. Now, with all due respect, I mean, I know you understand this, but he didn't need to sort of admit this and put it forward and put it in the introduction to his book. But by doing that, he's saying, like, we have to look at where these problems first come in ourselves. And so I think my answer to you is, if it's a faith community, whether it's our own faith community or whether I'm encountering a faith community in another country that seems to me to be perpetuating racism and paternalism, I can ask hard questions. I can try to show some of the changes I've made, and I can highlight, which is really why I told you all those stories, the examples of times and places where I know that leaders, faith leaders and state leaders, I like you're making those two distinctions, have stopped, literally stopped in their tracks and looked and said, like, we need to look at the harm we are causing by our own practices. We need to think about where there are possibilities of change. And for me, that's, you know, I talked about our LGBTI work. There are places where the LGBTI community, God bless them, has gone to local faith leaders. I think particularly of a project that I work with in Kenya. And said, like, you are in fact preaching love, but you're actually practicing hate and discrimination, and we're going to call you out. And they've made changes. They've gotten people to change their ways and their systems. So I just like trying to highlight those stories, because there's not enough time to do a lot of them in 8 minutes, but there are examples of change, but it will go slowly because there's so much to unpack and undo.
Thank you so much. I'm going to get back to Tahil now. And Tahil, I'm going to ask you a question really from your own context. I mean, we're living in a world of world religions now, of which, of course, Christianity and Hinduism and Sikhism are part of what we can call world religions. And because now we are connected within this global community, religion and religious experience of society and other faiths is not always the same. For example, Hinduism itself is a majority religion in India, but experiences being a minority faith in other places, with all that entails. Christianity is a majority faith in many parts of the world, but in India is a minority faith. And tends, therefore, to have, in different contexts, different relationships with power. In some contexts, it is powerful, in the others, powerless. And how do we then negotiate with these different spaces where the same religion has different relationships with power and therefore affects the practitioners of this religious faith in different ways across the world, particularly when we are speaking in, you know, the context of world religions and world faiths?
Thank you for the question, Reverend Peacock. That is a very difficult question to answer, considering that the dynamics of power and privilege differ very greatly depending on the governing system that we sort of are talking about. So if we're talking in the context of the United States, the American system of governance still functions in a very secular way, even though religion tries to pry its way through elected officials in trying to govern and assist the way that legislation is influenced. In India, which is supposed to be a secular government. We're currently seeing, this new iteration of this giant thing that we call Hindu nationalism, which is very similar to white supremacy, making its influence in very different ways in the body politic in India. And the nature of that, it needs to be challenged in itself. At what points do we see Christian nationalism playing the role that it does here in the United States in the way that it affects minorities here, while at the same time challenging this idea of nationalism and supremacy that a number of speakers have mentioned before in different contexts? The idea of being able to focus on this work through the lens of equity and social justice means that you're fighting for minority communities across the board, whatever that community of minorities looks like. It becomes very clear in this space, and when we're talking about racism and colorism, that the narrative of anti-Blackness is an ever-pervasive one in many communities across the board. And that's where we have to challenge systems of governments and culture. There's no argument about that. But there are certain points where you might note, actually, where an American liberalism by minorities might actually espouse itself as a conservatism where that community is a majority somewhere else. And that's where we need to be careful, because that's not the nature of accountability or equity in any way. When we're holding people accountable for their actions, we have to understand context, and we also have to understand the nature of an ever-pervasive justice and abundance for every person involved in the conversation. The late Archbishop Tutu expressed that very important point during his formation of the Truth and Reconciliation meetings that took place after a post-apartheid South Africa. The nature of being able to strive for justice for all people means there's a process that goes into engaging in truth and reconciliation. The point that I was making before about the culture of convenience applies very deeply with this idea when we feel like we are a minority, that we scream and we struggle. But the minute that we enter a majority context, we don't treat minorities the same way, as if we don't know what that experience is like. And that is such a disservice to the work of justice. When I was talking about this idea of mutual responsibility and interdependence, it means that when you strive for the justice of other people, you strive for your own justice too. There is no separation across the board, because if at any point there's an inconsistency, the work actually takes much longer to be able to fix. And we're still struggling with that, I think, especially when we talk about this idea of, a globalized society where the world's religions are already living together, they're already coexisting, and they're already very dependent on each other. And Dr. King actually made a very important point about calling this the World House for a reason, because we live in this reality period. There's no way of separating us. So how do we deal with that? We deal with learning with each other. We learn about each other's differences. We learn to disagree amicably on matters that have room for disagreement. We humanize each other. We serve each other. We show solidarity for one another. And then we finally achieve what that world house is supposed to be, where we live in a universal brotherhood that looks at every person for entirely the person that they are and the greatness that they bring to the table.
Thank you so much, Tahil. Extremely powerful. There was one question that came up in the chat, and I'm going to ask each of the panelists to just take 2 minutes to answer it. The question perhaps needs a little context because it speaks to something that really my organization, the World Community Reformed Churches, is well known for, but it's perhaps not well known outside of this context. Several years ago, we came up with a statement, as all religions do issue these kinds of statements. We came up with a statement which basically connected faith to the question of economic justice and said that it is the imperative of faith which calls us to counter neoliberal capital alternative world. Now, my question to each of the panelists is, I'm sure that each of you from your own faith traditions have similar statements coming up. But do these statements have a relevance outside of the faith community that issues them? How can we allow these kind of actually good practices that our communities have to speak more broadly to people of faith and just people of goodwill who are interested in justice? So how can we broaden the borders of our own religious faith experience, but also faith practice. Let's start with Reverend Masiva.
Yeah, I'm still to become a Reverend, Philip, remember.
Sorry, okay, I've ordained and given all of you doctorates here, so it's fine.
Thank you. So, yes, Philip, I want to draw your attention and the attention of everybody here to the program to combat racism by the World Council of Churches, beginning with the Assembly in 1968, and then really taking off around 1969, 1970. And that became one of the key drivers of the work towards overcoming apartheid in South Africa, but also something that also really contributed to the independence in Zimbabwe. So here is the thing. All religious communities do have very nice and high-sounding statements. What I find disturbing, Philip, is that from these statements, in most cases, there is very little action that follows. There's no intentional translation of statements into action plans. But this is something that was different with the program to combat racism, because not only did the World Council of Churches back then make a statement of how they saw racism as incompatible with the Christian faith, they actually intentionally decided to go out and meet with oppressed peoples that were fighting against racism and to accompany them materially as well as spiritually. I think this is what we need. We need faith communities to translate statements into action plans. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we move to Ruth.
Masiva just said it all for me. I mean, I think it's moving from the statements into action and showing what it looks like. You're asking about the economic structures. The economic structures are critical to all of this. And I think it's one of the reasons that people are more given to pronouncements about ending racism than they are to actually saying, what does it take to be an anti-racist? In the Jewish community, we talk often about the issue of privilege. And you can't, I mean, I'll be honest, people sort of run for the doorway when I say, like, we're all creatures of privilege. Oh no, because I grew up poor. Oh no, because yes, but you carry a certain amount of privilege, particularly if you're white, in very many communities. And if you don't understand what it's like to be the other, then you're never going to make change. And that I'm not answering your question, Reverend, because I'm really saying that you are correct that the economic underpinnings of all of this make the change that much harder. Yes, it is a fact that pick an issue, to make healthcare in the United States, as we've seen post-COVID, to make healthcare, I'm just going to say, less racist and less racially inequitable than it is right now, will mean moving some monies around or raising more taxes or building up some systems which will in some way, in the narrowest sense, cost me something. The point is I will benefit from it, not just I, but a whole society will benefit from having more equitable healthcare, but we don't convince people of that easily. And so we have to, that's why it's not my style, but my word for this whole panel and this whole symposium is slow. I mean, you all know the African proverb, right? If you want to get someplace quickly, if you go fast, but if you want to accomplish something, you have to go together, you have to go slowly. We have to push for these changes, but we can't expect like radical change immediately, partly because the economics are involved. I'll give you an example in the Jewish community. I talk to people about racism. I talk to people about the gross wealth inequities in the United States. They're probably a little surprised at the dimensions of the inequity, but they know it exists. I tell them that so much of the inequity by race in America has to do with issues of land ownership and housing ownership. They get that. then I say that, we had federal practices which redlined communities, which were disadvantaged to communities of color, which were clearly deliberate racism by the state. That makes people a little uncomfortable. And then I say, how is it possible, or who can imagine that the ancestors of some of us in this room, not ancient ancestors, I'm talking about parents and grandparents, sat in those rooms in the 1930s and the 1940s when those red line policies were adopted? People can't stand to be asked that question. But of course, we are all, both historically and currently, guilty of choosing our own immediate comfort, our own immediate privilege, our own immediate economic universe, and not being open to looking at the kinds of changes that need to be made, which are economic, you're right, Reverend Peacock, but which eventually will benefit everybody by having a more equitable economy. But it's not fast going, and it requires lots of constant monitoring and examining of ourselves.
Thank you very much. Tahil, we move to you, and I will repeat my question. Several years ago, in 2003, actually, my organization, the World Communion of Reformed Churches, brought out what we call the Accra Confession, which was a call to a particular denomination within Christianity to understand that economic justice is a faith question that is not separate from questions of faith. That faith is not something just that we do in our private spaces, but really, there is a call for us to transform the world and transform it on the principles of justice that emerge from below. Anyway, we made that statement. Now, I'm sure that there are many such organizations and denominations which have made several similar statements as well. My question is, how do we get these best practices of these statements or things that we've said according to the lines of justice relevant for those who lie outside of our faith communities, belonging to other faith traditions? Is a way perhaps of interfaith hermeneutics or interfaith theology that lets us or allows us to learn from each other and become better practitioners of our own faith, so to speak?
There are a couple of ways to do that, and I think people on this call are going to have to brace themselves for what they feel like that's going to look like. First is to be prepared to make that work possible, knowing full and well that it must be fully contextual to your community where you're working at. If you are expecting a framework that overarches how every single community is going to fix the problem, like it's an equation, don't think of it that way, because that is just not how the context of this work is. You have to work in your community with your own stakeholders, with your own ideas, with your own ways of reference to be able to make this work happen. Because it's the nature of grassroots interfaith work that we understand that people have found different ways of finding solutions. And that through finding those different solutions, they're actually able to create a better web of understanding and a framework of being able to make connection between those communities. But the second thing that we have to consider is not making spaces of religion and spirituality merely ones that are only discussing religion and spirituality. I think we've done a major disservice by saying that because we do this work, that folks who are engaged in the work of justice may not have a space of comfort with us. There are certain points where we know that many communities of faith cannot go to justice spaces and feel welcomed. And unfortunately, we've created the same standard where people who are secular, who are atheists and secular humanists, cannot enter our spaces, or where we find folks who have been hurt by religion very intentionally or very profusely will not be folks that we can see as stakeholders. We've heard from people on this call, like Manjulaji, who had a very difficult relationship with Hinduism and became an Ambedkarite Buddhist. Is that her fault? Absolutely not. It is where we've created the pain and the suffering and then hold different people to a different standard and expectation that they have to honor us just because we are the bigger folks or we are the folks that are already established. And that's not how that works. You have to honor those who are marginalized and oppressed across the board if we're actually going to do the job of being able to serve them. And that's going to require us to be able to open the doors to everyone who is skeptical of us, who feels they're scared of us and don't need to be, and who have to understand why we are all mutual stakeholders in a world of abundance.
Thank you very, very much. This has been a very enlightening, powerful, and even an uncomfortable discussion. In fact, there is a question about that which I would like to sum up this webinar by. The question about allowing for discomfort and allowing for discomfort at racism itself. A maxim that I learned a long time ago is that our task as religious leaders is to make the comfortable uncomfortable and make the uncomfortable comfortable. I think for those of us who live with privilege, let us take this discomfort with our society, our hunger for justice forward. And for those who are uncomfortable because of the circumstances that we ourselves as a world have created, uncomfortable because of injustice, we work towards a world in which everyone will feel that element of comfort because there is justice for all, and particularly justice for the oppressed. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of this particular panel, and blessings as you go on your way. And we continue moving into our next session. Thank you very much.
I would like to begin by thanking the panel. Awesome. This whole program has just been amazing. Now we're going to move into session 4. This panel aims to promote policy recommendations and practical steps to strengthen partnerships among diverse stakeholders, including faith-based organizations, the UN system, and non-governmental entities in different religions. This panel will focus on how to turn our analysis about the historic injustices and legacies of slavery, colonialism, and racism into effective campaigns for justice by faith-based and religious bodies, and into public policies implemented by governments and multilateral bodies. Giving examples of what is already being done along these lines through your organization and experience will be a must. It is my pleasure to introduce Reverend Dr. Labrito Bautista, Assistant General Secretary of the UN and International Affairs, General Board of Church and Society of the United Methodist Church, and President, Conference of NGOs in Consultative Relationships with the UN. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Audrey. Excellencies, UN leaders, colleagues from religious institutions and civil society, ladies and gentlemen, good day wherever you are joining us. Welcome to session 4. A quick comment about my background screen. It's a Tongan bark cloth hanging on the wall of my living room to remember today the Tongan people suffering from the recent tragic volcanic eruption and tsunami in their island nation. This panel benefits from the rich presentation of the high-level opening and 2 prior thematic panels. Here we will look at policy recommendations and focus on how to move from analysis to action. The high-level opening session set the tone for the symposium, providing perspectives from the UN system and faith organizations. Hold on, my screen is from faith organizations that including religious leaders and civil society groups that have addressed the saliency and urgency of overcoming systemic injustices arising from historic and lingering concerns about slavery and colonialism. The second session provided the framing of these issues as planned by the symposium planners. All throughout the symposium, including this panel, we will be looking for ways to mobilize moral influence and craft governance mechanisms to end the systemic injustices and pernicious legacies of slavery, colonialism, and racism that these have spawned and continue to burden our societies and social relations today. The third session reinforced the first two, deepening, as it were, our understanding of the all-encompassing racism and legacy that colonialism and slavery bequeath us today. Our panel, this fourth panel, benefits from these earlier sessions. These intersections of issues are now clearer. We live in a world where our, oh, my screen is being interrupted. Hold on. We live in a world where our human and social relations are racialized, gendered and dehumanized, globalized and yet ethnicized, xenophobic and anathemized. Ruth was talking about being securitized and militarized, and so much more, including our biological bodies being commodified and our human worth commoditized. Racism, in this sense, is a subversion of our human dignity and human rights. All this make our work to uproot slavery and colonialism and racism even more challenged. So, the prior sessions set us to move from framing of the issues into naming specific policy areas, program directions, and issue campaigns that best illustrate the commitment of varied stakeholders to the eradication of root causes and historic, systemic, and structural injustices of slavery, colonialism, and racism, including their contemporary manifestations today. This will be round one of our conversations. In the second round, I'll follow up with each of the panelists on policy areas, programmatic directions, or issue campaigns that they have described in the first round, and talk about the ways, means, and governance mechanisms they and the groups they represent are implementing in the variety of settings that they are in and who they have partnered with. In the last and final round, I will ask our panelists to identify either an obstacle or obstacles, red flags, if you will, that impede or impedes any effort or a number of efforts at addressing slavery, colonialism, and racism today, or possibly opportunities, in other words, positive steps in addressing these issues, which, borrowing words from Dr. Martin Luther King, define the fierce urgency of now. Panelists will have 3 minutes each in each round, in first round, 2 in the second, 3 in the third and last round. That should give us some time for audience interaction. Will you please type your questions in the chat box, and Monica Willard of United Religions Initiative will be helping us gather those questions. I am truly honored to moderate this session of distinguished panelists. I look forward to a lively round of conversations. Let's start with Ambassador Francisco Duarte Lopez, the permanent representative of Portugal to the United Nations in New York. Mr. Ambassador, sir, I look forward to hearing about the first ever national plan to combat racism that was approved by your country recently. Your Excellency, you have the floor, or rather the screen, sir. Mr. Ambassador, I think you are still on mute.
We have no audio from the ambassador.
Yes, we still have no audio feed, Mr. Ambassador.
Levy, would it benefit us to go to the next speaker and then come back?
Mr. Ambassador, sir, without breaking protocol, I hope you don't mind that in the interest of time, as you are working with your colleagues there to fix the audio, that we will move on to our next speaker and alert me, sir, when audio has been restored from your end. So, Dr. Abbas Barzagar, please then start our conversation with your central focus on the same topic of the first round, drawing especially from, but not limited to, your work that straddle across national Muslim civil society at the intersection of global Islamic revival and geopolitical conflict. You have the screen, Abbas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Liberato, and for all of the esteemed colleagues, delegates, and excellencies in the room. I look forward very much to His Excellency, the Ambassador from Portugal, to interrupt my speech as soon as his audio comes back. Excuse me for the disruption in protocol. But again, thank you everybody for being here. It's a true honor to be joining you in this work. And I want to send a special appreciation to Islamic Relief USA, who made my presentation here possible today. I know that we have some limited time, so I would like to kind of give some broad perspectives, and then hopefully we can dig into some details in the follow-up rounds. I would like to begin by prefacing my comments in the spirit of solidarity, justice, and mutual accountability, to say that anything that I say today is intentionally provocative to further our discussion, in order to further the mutual accountability that we're discussing. And I want to begin by commenting about certain tropes that are in these conversations, whether it's here at this symposium or in other spaces. And that is, the trope I'm most concerned about is the emphasis on the theological and the personal responsibility for the legacy of colonialism and racism and slavery. What I mean to say is that, yes, these institutions historically over the centuries have produced socialization patterns that have deeply influenced us as individuals. But the true legacy of colonialism, slavery, and racism is structural. Those things exist. To echo Ruth and her nod to Dr. King's Riverside Church speech, okay, which is absolutely historic. These things exist within the bureaucracies of our governing structures, in the financial minutia, in the governing minutia, and those things exist to us today in the Zoom platform itself, in the internet governance structures, other areas. And so there are three broad topic areas I'd like to discuss and run through very quickly. And again, we'll come back to them. The first area that I'd like to work on is that American Muslim communities and other communities of color experience hate crimes, hate speech, and others at disproportionate levels in the United States. When this work became mainstreamed during the Trump administration, researchers such as myself and other advocates began to explore, how did they get funding for this? We came to find the remarkable and painful truth that over $50 to $75 million of tax-free charitable dollars a year are funneled through charitable institutions to hate groups perfectly legal in the United States. Okay, they protect the wealthy and then they hurt the poor. It's no coincidence that the former is a lighter skin tone than the latter consistently. This is in the philanthropic sector. The other sector is bank de-risking. This is the second area. Bank de-risking in the name of counterterrorism and national security has disproportionately impacted Muslim NGOs across the world and inhibited us to do the work that we need to do, even though we are the frontline responders to every conflict zone that is a result of geopolitical Western forces and their kind of proxy war games around the world. The de-risking practices, impact us disproportionately. And third and finally, and this one's going to hit home, I know I'm out of time, this one's going to hit home very closely. Do you know today that the United Nations and other secular development organizations are actively recruiting the know-how, the manpower, the brain power, and others to extract zakat funding? Zakat funding is our charitable dollars. These are our religious charitable dollars, sacred in our religious tradition. And in the name of engagement and localization, they are now actively recruiting and managing that money and distributing it. This would be akin to the United Nations walking into the Vatican and handing out a bowl. This is absolutely unheard of. This could never happen in another context. These are the legacies and the kind of nice faces and polished faces of colonialism, racism, and slavery that I hope that we can unpack further. Excuse me for going over time, Liberato. I promised you otherwise. Excuse
Thank you, Dr. Barzagar. Thank you, Abbas. Important that you're bringing in the geopolitical context in which racism, slavery, and colonialism happens. And we'll come back to you on that one. Let me check in with the good ambassador if we have successfully reconnected you, your audio. It's possible we have advised the good ambassador to sign off and then sign in again. It's possible that they are still working on that. So without...
Yes, Reverend, do you listen? Are you listening to me now?
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. You have the screen, sir.
Well, Reverend, thank you very much. I'm sorry for this technical problem.
Not at all.
As you just said, we had to disconnect and then to connect again. But I'm very happy to be here with you today and with everybody in this participating in this event. Portugal is deeply committed to respect, protect, and fulfill all human rights for everybody. We have a variety of programs and measures that aim at combating inequalities targeting all persons living in our country, whether they are nationals or if they are migrants or refugees. We dedicate a special emphasis to those in most vulnerable situations, as it was just written in the chat a while ago, and I quote, to comfort the most afflicted, end of quote. To answer your question directly about our national plan, in July last year, so in July 2021, Portugal approved our first national plan to combat racism and discrimination for 5 years, 21 to 25. The plan is the recognition that, notwithstanding the existing legal framework that is very complete, but there are still manifestations of racism and discrimination, even if rare, but that need to be combated and eliminated. The plan, this national plan, was based on proposals made by a working group for the prevention and combat of racism and discrimination. This group met with more than 60 public and private entities, meetings that included experts from different areas of society and representatives from anti-racist associations, from Roma and migrant communities, and from the Commission for Equality and Against Racial Discrimination that already existed. The plan is organized around 4 principles. The first, deconstruction of stereotypes. The second, coordination, integrated governance, and territorialization. The third, combating inequalities through integrated intervention. And the fourth, intersectionality. The national plan explicitly underlines that the current state of racism and discrimination, including in our country, and of course the plan is a national one, is a reflection of historical processes such as slavery and colonialism. These historical processes generated ideas, myths, and theories, which are sometimes the basis of current stereotypes. Thank you very much, Reverend.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Ambassador. In the second round, we'll come back to you. We want to hear more about the national plan. We will now move on to Mr. Cooper Christensen, who will present perspective from the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Racism from the office. And he works with the Special Rapporteur Itendai Achume. And among the areas I believe you will address, you will articulate for us, if you will, the obligations of international law, international human rights law in particular, especially with respect to the need for reparative justice. Looking forward to your presentation, Cooper.
Thank you so much, Reverend Doctor. And as was mentioned, I'm participating in this panel as a delegate of Professor Itendai Achume, who is currently serving as the UN Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Racism. She regrets she can't join us today, but I will be adapting from her prepared remarks, so any mistakes and errors are my own. So to begin, the Office of the Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Racism occupies this really unique space in the international community. It is a nexus point between civil society, academia, and government. And one of the Special Rapporteur's primary responsibilities is to articulate the obligations that states and other entities have under international human rights law. And as an independent legal expert, one of the things that Professor Achume has really emphasized over her tenure has been to highlight that reparations for colonialism, slavery, and the transatlantic slave trade, as well as the historical manifestations and contemporary manifestations of racism, reparations for these things are urgent human rights issues. And so calls for reparations may have been going for many decades around the world. And as I believe our moderator can attest, reparative justice was a key demand of the Durban Conference held in 2001 against racism. So these demands have been ongoing for many decades, but for the same amount of time, there has been really determined opposition from states and other entities to reparative justice demands. These states and institutions continue to sideline, marginalize, and dismiss reparative justice claims made by people of African descent, indigenous peoples, and other victims of racism and colonialism. So the Special Rapporteur has tried to highlight reparations as an urgent human rights issue in kind of two main ways. The first is her really detailed and rigorous legal analysis that you can find in her UN General Assembly report delivered in 2019. I won't go into the whole legal analysis because that'll take a lecture, not a panel. But I would say the second, more transformative contribution that the Special Rapporteur has made has been to highlight reparations as political, legal, moral, and equitable human rights obligations. So she and others have encouraged the international community to reframe reparations through an international human rights lens. While popular conceptions of reparations often narrowly focus only on financial compensation, the international system emphasizes a more comprehensive approach. And under this approach, reparations can mean anything from financial restitution to transforming political, economic, and social institutions, disclosing historical truths surrounding injustice, and restoring the dignity of those interventions and those harms caused by historical injustices. And most relevantly for this symposium, Special Rapporteur Achume would also remind us that although the primary legal reparative responsibility falls on states, private actors which have contributed to the harms rooted in colonialism and racism also have human rights obligations to meet this present moment. Thank you. And apologies for going a little bit over time.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Thank you indeed, Cooper. You're highlighting the basis through which we can pursue reparative justice. And you describe that as a political, legal, moral, and equitable racial justice obligation. I'll come back to you in the second round more on this. Let's now have Ms. Vanessa Gredine-Jones name those same areas of work that her organization, the Congressional Black Caucus Institute, and characterize for us the US landscape, the racism discourse, if you will, or racism dis-ease from my perspective within the US landscape, and describe the democratic rhetoric or undemocratic practices that undermine those same strides to eradicate legacies of racism, slavery, and colonialism. Welcome to the screen, Vanessa.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to bring you greetings from the Congressional Black Caucus Institute. And I graciously accept this opportunity and thank you to join this panel. I would be remiss if I didn't say that it is unfortunate that today we are still gathering to discuss these issues. But it is fortunate that we will come to the table today and every day as long as racism, xenophobia, and intolerance exist. The current US landscape is in a state of discourse, disease, because individuals seek to undermine the democratic process for personal gain, much like with slavery and colonialism. As a descendant of slaves, the recent efforts in the US to disenfranchise citizens is unconscionable. Such an attempt anywhere for any reason is detrimental to all societies, not just here in the United States. CBCI's mission is to educate today's voters and train tomorrow's leaders, and we take this very seriously. Having an informed and inspired electorate is critical to recognizable change. We have been and continue to be deeply involved in the multilateral fight against the vestiges of slavery that still permeate our societies through racism, racial injustice, and related intolerances. We believe in voter education and activism. The most important way in which you address combating slavery and colonialism is making sure that everyone has the right to participate in the electoral process by having the right to vote, being informed of the issues and the candidates, casting votes, and that those votes are indeed counted, thus giving them and us a voice. In the United States, we are fighting increasing efforts to suppress voting rights by making voting more restrictive. These efforts disproportionately target and disenfranchise Blacks and Brown citizens. The recent defeat of the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act in Congress are reminders that we are not winning this fight at the moment, but we're still fighting. Voting rights are under attack, not only in Congress, but it's taking place in state capitals. This year alone, in 2021, at least 19 states passed 34 laws restricting access to voting. More than 440 bills with provisions that restrict voting access have been introduced in 49 states. We know that these challenges did not begin last year or a generation ago or centuries ago, but 2022's threats to our democracy, our health, our bodies, and our resources are rooted in slavery. And rooted in slavery and racism that were tools of a system designed to stunt our growth and paralyze our progress. And sadly, the system still works like a well-oiled machine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa, Ms. Gridine Jones. Audrey, you'll have the screen next. And given your wide organization, especially in your association with G20, that group of rich developed nations, name that emphasis that address the concerns of this symposium from your perspective. You have the screen, Audrey.
Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Bautista, and the organizers of this symposium for the privilege to share on this panel about the policy recommendations which the Anti-Racism Initiative of the G20 Interfaith Forum submitted to the G20 leaders last year for their summit meeting in Italy. A little background, the G20 Interfaith Forum gives a voice to religious actors and leaders, allowing them to seek global solutions to our world's pressing challenges. And through annual summits and regional consultations, religious thought leaders and political representatives meet together to seek consensus on ways to work together to create solutions and positive change. The mandate of the Anti-Racism Initiative of the G20 Interfaith Forum, which we call the IF20, is to remain sensitive to the impact of racism as a cross-cutting issue for the IF20 and G20 comprehensively, especially in the G20's pursuit of full compliance with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The Anti-Racism Initiative strives to continuously develop sensitivity to racism within the scope of this interfaith forum, to discern and to name the presence of racism as an issue for the Interfaith Forum and the G20, and to advise the Interfaith Forum working groups on racial discrimination and inequity as applicable to their work. The initiative assumes explicit responsibility within the IF20 to work towards the eradication of racism as a standing item for both the IF20 and the G20 agendas, and to work towards advancing the goal of racial equality and equity by every means available. The Anti-Racism Initiative, in its policy brief, recommended that to establish a solid analytic foundation for continuing action, the G20 establish an international commission on racism. The goals of such a commission would be, 1, to give central prominence to an underlying issue that in differing forms affects each of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in nations and international relations, and to task the G20 leaders with responsibility to act. 2, to assemble a tightly organized interdisciplinary group of respected statespeople, scholars, interreligious leaders, and experts for gathering the considerable collective wisdom that exists on positive action paths. And 3, to set out in a widely promulgated document specific principles and proposals that will spur appropriate and urgent action. And such action could include removing racist language and racist legislation that may still exist, as well as developing anti-racist legislation. Racial injustice permeates the many crises that threaten humanity. It is a common thread that, if root causes are left unaddressed, threatens the legitimacy of the international order. Racist practices influences policies and structures that undermine international cooperation in vaccine distribution, food security, and climate mitigation and adaptation. Efforts that address racial injustice reinforce the stabilization of the international order and promote economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kitagawa. Thank you indeed. Audrey, we'll come back to you to describe even a little bit more that live intersection between intergovernmental work with G20 and the multilateral religious platform in which the anti-racism initiative is lodged. So let's welcome on the screen Mr. Abubakar Francis Kabwogi, who will present to us, not limited to his vista from Tanzania and Africa, but a far global perspective on the work on against racism, slavery, and colonialism. Francis, you have the screen, sir.
Thank you very much, Revi. Now, let me go directly to the stating that a simple and fundamental of humanity principle is judge and treat others as if they are equal in worth or value to ourselves. In the word of great tradition, we say, do unto others as you have them do unto you. Or what you do not like done unto you, do it not to others. Love your fellow human being what you love for yourself. That is a sign of good human character. Now, despite the statement in many faith systems and the ethical codes globally, which aspire to that human character, something remains amiss. In fact, now we say, do unto others when it is convenient, or after you have done what you like to have done to yourself. So we need to change that. Now, global discourse on human rights sleep heavily in the arena of rights with little or no focus on responsibility. We need to shift in our discourse so that we can inspire people to fulfill responsibilities. Rights are not something given to someone on a volunteer basis like extra gift. Rights are fundamental. One reason why so many infractions occur is because we are not raising humanity into the collective mode of responsibility. Such shift in focus would greatly change the circumstances. So we need maybe from this symposium to start a new movement of human responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Francis, and thank you for restating the golden rule in a way that fits the theme. We'll come back to you to elaborate further on that one. We have just finished the first round, and I thank all the panelists again. Doable is the key word for this second round. Earlier, each have identified a policy direction, a program emphasis, or a campaign. For this second round, we're going to ask our panelists to talk about the ways, means, and governance mechanisms that they have pursued and who have they partnered with. In this second round, let's just start with Cooper. Mr. Christensen, you have the screen.
Of course, thank you. So as a UN Special Rapporteur, Professor Achume's primary tool has been writing reports, writing thematic reports, but then also using the position of her office to perform press outreach, state outreach, and civil society outreach. So for example, Professor Achume testified before the House Subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties of the US Congress as part of their consideration of a commission which would study reparations in the United States. And the purpose of her testimony was really to provide a human rights and an internationalized framework from which to understand what reparations mean in context. And I would say a continuing mechanism through which the Special Rapporteur's Office is mainstreaming reparations discourse is by applying the reparations framework to all of the human rights issues we study. So for example, what does it mean to pursue reparations through a development framework or a migration framework or a gender framework? How can we think about reparations as a form of a human rights remedy that tackles structural discrimination through institutional transformation and the dismantling of power structures? Special Rapporteur Achume has consistently asserted that the transnational uprising against racism that arose through the Black Lives Matter movement has signaled the need for serious conversations about reparations. If we really dig into the demands that made by the Black Lives Matter movement, we're seeing calls for real systemic change and reparations that address historical injustice and restore the dignity of those who are harmed and really attacked by racial subordination.
We're nuancing and problematizing even more the demands for reparative justice, and your second intervention is leading us into that. I hope we round that out as we get to the third round later. Let me bring back to you, Ambassador Duarte Lopez. Sir, we want to hear even more about the national plan.
Thank you again, Reverend. This national plan to combat racism and discrimination that I mentioned before contains 10 general areas of intervention, combining specific and cross-cutting approaches and resulting in an intersectoral collaboration. For each area, for each of these 10 areas of intervention, the plan defines specific measures, specific activities, and specific goals. I'm going to highlight just some of these concrete measures, and with no surprise, you will see that they are touching several matters that were referred to by my fellow panelists. I'll pick just two from the area of governance and public administration. The first is the training of civil servants on preventing and combating racism and racial and related discrimination, on diversity, on racial, ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and religious equality, including information on the history of colonialism, of slavery, and of the Holocaust. Second measure, still on this general area of governance and public administration, was the creation of an independent observatory of hate speech, racism, and xenophobia. Now, two concrete measures in the area of education and culture. The first is to diversify the curriculum, including on diversity and the historical presence of discriminated groups and the historical processes of colonialism and slavery. Another measure is diversifying books within the national reading plan to turn it more diverse. Then one measure and I'll conclude, one measure in the area of media and the digital. And this is the creation of a national code of conduct with digital platform operators. Very, very important in these days, especially in the combat against misinformation. Thank you.
Oh, you have indeed presented as a national plan, and we're excited that you're using, for example, the educational institutions to foster diversity, and independent observatory is an exciting concept and project that you have undertaken. We'll come back to you later in the last round, Mr. Ambassador. What has impeded you? What has hastened? On the other hand, you're doing all this work. So we look forward to your concluding remarks. In the meantime, we'll bring in Audrey back and continue to talk about the anti-racism initiative, not just of the G20 this time, but how it affects certain populations that you will highlight. Audrey, you have the screen.
Thank you so much, Levy. In addition to making specific policy recommendations to the G20 leaders, I feel that an important part of the work of the Anti-Racism Initiative, but all of our organizations, as well as faith-based and organizations as well, is that an important part of the work is to inform, educate, and bring different perspectives on how racism exists in many different forms, whether structural, systemic, institutional, and or cultural. And the Anti-Racism Initiative has presented several webinars on the educational platform to bring this issue before the public, with webinars on Indigenous people, anti-Asian hate crimes, Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders, racism in the media, and our next webinar will be on ecological racism and deep sea mining in the Pacific. We will have future webinars on the Indigenous people in residential schools, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, apartheid and globalization, and other webinars to give perspectives on how racism exists so deeply within our societies. As these webinars take place, I receive a lot of feedback from the viewers themselves. And what struck me about many of the comments is how people do not know about the history of racism, even within their own race. For example, when I did the anti-Asian hate crimes webinar, I received several emails from Asians who said they never knew about the racist policies and laws implemented against Asian people. And for example, in 1882, Congress passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, which suspended the immigration of Chinese laborers for a period of 10 years. And the Geary Act extended the prohibition and expanded it to cover Hawaii and the Philippines. So this fear of yellow peril turned to the Japanese, and 69 miscegenation laws, school segregation, and employment discrimination made it very clear that immigrants and their children were seen as racially inferior. And of course, we all know well about the over 110 Japanese, many American citizens of Japanese ancestry who were interned in camps during World War II. And the G20 Interfaith Forum really seeks to create a global network of connectivity and the movements to create transformation and positive change that mindsets, behaviors, and practices of domination, exploitation, and degradation can end. Thank you.
Audrey, thank you very much. You have indeed, as was raised in the earlier panels, the necessity of opening the wounds as a necessary act for the healing and wholeness of our human relations sullied by racism, colonialism, and slavery. That is what reparative justice requires, as Mr. Christensen has raised. Now we get back to you, Francis, Mr. Kabwagi. You have a rather interesting take on colonialism and connecting that with apartheid in Africa. Let's hear you back.
I think he lost connection.
Oh, we've lost connection, Francis. Okay, without losing precious minutes then, let me, if you're ready, Abbas, Dr. Bartigar, can I bring you back in, sir?
Absolutely, and apologies for being so being so informal, I like to use first names with my students and everybody else around me. So excuse me for lack of protocol there. I'd like to delve just a little bit deeper in terms of solutions that are possible in these spaces with the stakeholders that we have around us right now. And I would say that, again, echoing my earlier comments about institutional accountability, yes, there is a tremendous amount that we can do as individuals. There's a lot that we can do with education, et cetera, but it is the institutions that we are actually a part of that can change policies at an organizational level, address problems that they are complicit in, but not necessarily guilty. Institutions have also inherited legacies, and the people that run those institutions can change them for the better. So in the case of humanitarian access and banking de-risking, that is a result of extraordinary counterterrorism finance measures that the entire global financial system falls in line with and oppresses Muslim actors around the world on this and exacerbates political conflict, it is quite easy for the United Nations to bracket out and demand of its member states that we provide humanitarian access corridors and financial access solutions to provide the liquidity to get humanitarian aid to the people that need it by the people who can do it the best. In the same way, it is not okay for the United Nations and member states to try to seek religious financing without broad and deep consultation with stakeholders. It is not enough to cherry pick representatives of religious communities that will be yes men and yes women to these kind of policies. We need to think broadly about accountability. It's not that hard. It's not that scary. If you don't do it the right way, you will exacerbate political conflict.
And the impediments or what enhances that kind of call that you just made, I hope you will make the final argument in the last round.
Absolutely.
Dr. Barzegar. Let me get back then on screen, Ms. Vanessa Gridine-Jones, to speak a little bit more on why the need for mutual respect and understanding in a society and a public space that is becoming ever more undemocratic.
Thank you, Levy. We must start with that as our basic premise for effective and equitable policies to be crafted and to address systemic and institutionalized issues in order to see sustainable change. We must pursue policies and emphasize concerns that are of benefit for the whole and not the individual. What is critical to our work has been our partnerships, as all have mentioned, that we've established, and I recommend that as a framework for all of our fellow organizations. We've partnered with corporations, with faith-based organizations, civil rights organizations, NGOs, like-minded, and some not so like-minded individuals, because all voices matter. As with public policy, we've identified the issues and we seek viable, actionable solutions that are transparent and accountable, which is the one word we all keep going back to. CBCI has organized high-level nonpartisan political trainings. We've conducted webinars, and we annually bring together policymakers to address disparities in our communities in health, education, wealth, environmental, as well as, and always, systemic racism. We've called on our partners and we've challenged them to be socially responsible in very public ways. And we've asked the hard and the often uncomfortable questions. Do you care about what's going on? Do you want to fix it? What will you do to help, if not solve the issues? And we hold each other accountable, going back to mutual respect and understanding of where we are all in this space.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. I think Francis Kabwagi, Mr. Kabwagi has not reconnected yet. So again, in the interest of time, I'll close out the second round. I'll bring in Mr. Kabwagi to state his case in the last and final round. I will certainly give him a few more minutes. So thank you again, panelists, for the second round. Let's move on to the third and final round. Here, we want to be practical by identifying either the factors that enhanced what you are doing or the obstacles that have impeded them. We want our participants to learn lessons from your work. Let's begin the last round with Ambassador Duarte Lopez again. Your Excellency, you have the floor or the screen, as we've been saying.
Thank you. Thank you very much again, Reverend. The main message I would like to reiterate here is that we are absolutely open to continue this dialogue with various, with different stakeholders. As it was the case when we were preparing this national plan. We have continued our collaboration and our openness and our dialogue with anti-racist associations, with migrants associations, refugees associations, associations representing minorities, for example, Roma, but also importantly, through our focus on the social dialogue with workers and with employers, because this will help us to tune here or there during to fine-tune during the implementation of the national plan. Clearly our experience in drafting new laws and new rules in the area of fighting racism and discrimination is that we really need a participatory process, and we have everything to gain from this wide range participation. As I said, starting with the time when we are reflecting and then preparing the laws, but also continuing during the phase of implementation. And of course, all this in dialogue and in commitment towards the UN system and multilateral institutions. And of course, always attentive to evolving challenges and evolving risks, because the sources and the signs of new challenges and new risks are always evolving. Now it's basically for us time of implementation. As I said, the plan was approved last year, so we are now concentrated in implementing the plan. And we count on a shared effort from public entities and of civil society to give a voice to those who are in most vulnerable situations and to combat racism in all its forms and manifestations. In 2025, we will evaluate how our plan worked and what obstacles we faced. In the meantime, we hope to learn from other experiences and to do our best to put this plan into concrete action. Thank you again.
Thank you again, Your Excellency. Mr. Kabwagi from Tanzania is back online. Francis, you can occupy the screen, so to speak, if you are online. And please proceed with your second and last round responses.
Revi, thank you very much, and apology for the technology.
It's technology, not you, so proceed.
Thank you very much. Now, what I wanted really to speak on my second slot of 2 minutes, it was about the practices that both we have here in Africa successful, but more importantly also to look at what we have achieved, yes, but also how. Now, bear in mind that the victim of all of these practices of colonialism, of discrimination, are both those who are colonized and those who are colonizing, those who are discriminating and those who are discriminated. So when you approach to try to heal, just is to know that both are victims. The one who is doing is a victim, and the one who is also receiving that victim is a victim. Nobody has been bought as a colonizer or as a discriminator or as a racist. Now, we have to blame the system. So when we are approaching this, we have to look that both who are discriminating treat them as a victim too. Now, having said that, I want to look at the work which was done by religious leader in Africa, especially in the southern part of Africa, when they stand unique for guiding humanity to abolish colonialism, racism, and to reconcile both victims. Religious leader under the then WCRP, which now is Religion for Peace, under the leadership of the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, Maulana Faridi Isaka, and the others, they worked together to eliminate the evil of colonialism and the apartheid system, which championed the system of discrimination known as racism. Because the approach of guiding humanity against the apartheid, even Nelson Mandela, in one of the statements, says religion is one of the most important forces in the world. So we are grateful to Religion for Peace International and other leaders of religion for taking that approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabwagi. We will now proceed with the last statement from Mr. Christensen. Cooper, you have the screen.
Yes, of course. So to talk about the biggest obstacle we face in pursuing reparations at an international level, it has to be the continued denial and marginalization of reparative justice by the entities we would consider the primary beneficiaries of colonialism and racism. Primarily because of a lack of political will, reparations continue to be a non-starter. And despite a lot of official denunciations of racial subordination, few entities have pursued the detailed plans, the structural transformative change, restitution, and acknowledgement that are required of reparations. And we can see this also in private institutions, which continue to struggle to acknowledge their own culpability for racial injustices and prove reticent to take transformative steps toward accountability and reparations for victims, their families, and their descendants. To kind of end on a more positive note, though, I would also say that one of the primary, good news of talking about reparations is that reparative work, the reparative plans that we've been talking about, are already being developed, and they're being developed at the grassroots. Around the world, movement protesters, Black Lives Matter protesters, grassroots organizations, all of them are providing blueprints for reparations in their communities. So for anyone asking, how can I start really pushing forward reparations? How can I start taking a reparative justice stance? The grassroots are the key starting place. So national and local racial subordination will not be eradicated through international law or human rights institutions. But a human rights framework can encourage all of us to ground our work in the experiences, values, and visions of people of African descent, people of Asian descent, indigenous peoples, migrants, and other racially subordinated communities. So start there.
And thank you, Mr. Christensen, for raising the fact that there are already reparative justice work being done. And I'm sure the more than 100 participants on screen on this symposium are doing exactly those kind of work at local, national, regional, and global level. And that's why I'm excited, for example, about the observatory that Portugal is launching or has already launched, because we need to be able to have a platform to tell the world about these local, national, and global initiatives that are being done for reparative justice. Let me now bring back to you Vanessa Gridine-Jones for her last statement, particularly on the obstacles or the opportunities that make work in the US and elsewhere possible.
Thank you again, Levy. This has been an amazing panel and a great discussion. But as with all of these, I question the audience. All the people on the call, we're doing the work. We need to figure out how to reach the people that will never listen to this, that will never understand what we're saying, that don't have basic civility or mutual respect and understanding. So the challenges that we still face that impede our work are still attitudes, prejudices, ideologies, detrimental groupthink. But I go back to it being basic partnerships and civility are the key to our success. We are leading organizations on the forefront of tackling the living legacy of slavery, colonialism, and racism. but we must rethink the ways in which we engage partners and engage people. We must not leave any stone unturned, and we have to think outside of the traditional boxes of partnerships. We must be willing to partner with political voices, including those that differ with our own views and on certain issues, corporations both large and small, from diverse industries, religious and faith-based organizations, universities, celebrities, and other influential voices. We have to tap all resources. As we've learned from our work with CBCI, you must meet the needs of the people you serve where they are. The best way to do that is to seek the help of those groups and voices who are already there and can help design programs and outreach mechanisms and other methods of engagement that are tailored to meet our community's specific needs. I want to also express, though, that I am encouraged when I reflect on the progress that all of us have made through our partnerships and through our relationships. In the United States, the Black church has been a spiritual guiding light through the historic injustices and legacies of slavery, colonialism, and racism. Black religious organizations have long recognized the commonality in the fight for freedom in the United States and the struggle against racial injustices across the African diaspora. But we, as non-governmental agencies or organizations, can take our cue from the faith-based community and work with our faith leaders outside the churches, mosques, and synagogues, and in all the halls of power where policies are based and inherently moral principles are made. Thank you.
Vanessa, preach it, preach on. the participants on the chat said, amen. Very true indeed, Vanessa. And you've laid out the challenge that is before us. And I thank you for bringing in what I thought I have not heard until now, not just our personal complicities to these historic and systemic injustices, but the role of corporations in perpetuating this. And so even more exciting to pursue those even as our session is about to end. Let me bring in quickly Abu Bakar, if you have last statement, because you shortened your response, and give me a minute, no longer than 2 for this last round. You're muted.
Okay. Talking about challenge facing the work in Africa or even everywhere in the world, I think the current complicated form of racism, complicated form of colonialism, is that of division of mankind into rich and poor. We are seeing this division at 2 levels. Within our communities, in our countries, there are few individuals who have a great worth and whose worth gives them great power, but the vast majority of the people suffer from the poverty. Even in more advanced countries, we can see this division. And looking at the world as a collection of nation states, we see the same pattern repeated. There are few wealthy nations which dominate the whole world economically and therefore politically, and the poor, which are not dominated. The reality depth of this problem arises because people who are rich have more power over the lives of those who are poor. And the rich nation have also power over the policies of those who are not rich. This continues despite all talks about human equality, the fight against poverty, etc. Still, the rich individual within our communities and the rich nation within the world go on getting richer every much faster than the poor overcome their poverty. This is a new type of colonialism. This is a new type of racism, and this new type of injustice. So our religious leaders collectively, we have to work together to guide all human beings to eliminate of this new injustice way they did during the past colonialism of removing racism and so forth. So let us try together and hope we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. You have made a strong case for why we need to tackle the economic foundation of the systemic nature of the injustices spawned by slavery, colonialism, and racism. Let's come back to Audrey, for your final statement, Ms. Katagawa, please, you're on screen.
Thank you so much. Racism, in its many expressions, including multiple practices of discrimination, is globally ubiquitous and stubbornly persistent. And while we recognize the day-to-day impact of individual acts of racism, the G20 processes offer the potential to engage systemic and structural racism with a view to bold action. This deserves an explicit priority because of racism's grave social, ethical, economic, legal, political, religious, and spiritual impacts, and the wide and interconnected impact of racism and racial prejudice for all sustainable development goals and targets, as well as more immediately, the multifaceted COVID-19 emergencies, argues for action by the G20 to take on anti-racism as a central and continuing agenda focus. The Anti-Racism Initiative will continue to study the systemic, structural, and institutional ways in which racism appears and affects communities and all of humankind. And may our sense of fairness, justice, and dignity for all people be our guiding moral compass as we move through the world every day of our lives. And may we always choose to do the right thing, to honor the sacredness of all lives and work together to protect everyone's right to live life with dignity and respect. And while we see that our awareness about our history and how racial discrimination has harmed people of color, we are also living to see positive changes toward reforms to redress these wrongs. For example, my alma mater, the University of Southern California, indicated that it will award posthumous degrees and apologize to the Japanese American students whose studies were cut short after being sent to internment camps in World War II and denied their degrees. And Peter Arbach, USC Associate Senior Vice President for Alumni Relations, said, if we want to really talk the talk with our core values as an institution, then we need to walk the walk, and that's what we're doing in this case. And as we continue to do our outreach, we find that there are many groups and organizations that are also addressing racism, and may we create those points of connectivity and networking to come together and to know that together we can overcome. Thank you.
What a good example you have given, Audrey, of reparative justice, giving posthumously college degrees to the Japanese people whose college years were interrupted by the internment. Thank you very much. Last but not the least, to round out this session is Dr. Barzigar. And to take care of one question, Abbas, from our audience. They want to hear more from you, for example, on what exactly could you suggest as a way in which religious leaders may be accessed or included in the table. You mentioned about consulting with religious leaders themselves, but how in practical ways can that be done?
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you with the heavy burden of being the final note here. In terms of accessing the expertise of religious leadership, basically, you have to involve them at the highest levels and the earliest levels of any consultative design, and bring the specific expertise in that's going to provide a broad array of solutions. So in the area of humanitarian access, zakat collection, and these types of things, you can't simply bring a cherry-picked representative or a scholar here or there. When we look at historical examples in colonialism, we say, wow, how did people, overlook the kind of crass divide and conquer politics that were taking place? Those same politics are taking place today. That representation has to happen at a deep, early stage. So you bring them involved at the early and at earliest stages of design and project implementation work. I know it's hard to do that. The other area that I would like to echo a number of my esteemed panelists here is the fact that this work is already being done, as they said. There's a company in Atlanta that I work with, and they're a simple coffee company. And I want to give this example. It's out of the scope of what I was just mentioning, but they're a coffee supply company, but they have a motto called something like solidarity supply chain. And if you think about the whole historical legacy of colonialism, it is the extraction of material resources from marginalized people, from colonized people that have set up the economic structures. So how do we reinvent and redesign supply chains in such a way, not to, as a creative way to address also reparations, but move the value chain back to the producers so that we're not simply extracting and including them in this kind of neo-capitalist framework. There are exciting, new, innovative economic models out there that balance between social responsibility and fluid capitalism. Religious communities happen to be at the forefront of some of these things. We need to investigate those things, and we need to actually move very, very hard in restructuring some of those supply chains. So solidarity supply chains, really, really deep conscientious consultation, and brave, courageous engagement, introspection. Do not get involved in global geopolitics and take sides in certain things and act naive about what kind of geopolitics are before us. The United Nations and the member states know exactly what's at stake. Let us empower civil society. Let us empower religious leaders in order to do the right thing. And if they're not going to participate, then we have to find solutions ourselves.
Thank you, Abbas, indeed. And the question that I would have entertained had time not cut this short, although we did have technical problems, but I don't want to stretch it any longer. The question would have been about how faith-based organizations promote the interlinkages between current economic policies we are living with. And I think the last three interventions on bringing the economic foundations of the injustices and precisely the geopolitics, and if I might say, geonomics that Abbas has just raised, partly addresses that. So thank you very much. On behalf of myself and the symposium planning team, I want to express our heartfelt thanks to each of you panelists' thoughts and on the theme. The symposium is far richer because of your participation and contributions. Audrey and Quinn, back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Reverend Levy. What a powerful, again, session. I've said that for each one, and indeed they have been. We're so grateful for all the panelists who have contributed so much, not only in terms of giving us solid answers, but sometimes leaving us with the questions that we get to continue to live into. I'd like to invite Quinn to provide her summary, and then I will come back and give my notes.
Thanks, Audrey. I tell you what, hearing solutions gives me life, so I'm feeling pretty lively right now, and I hope you all are too. Thank you for hanging on to the end. Thanks to all attendees for sharing in this part of the work with us, showing up with our nuance of perspectives and actively listening. Having the courage to name our own complicities, taking action to eradicate them. We have to do that over and over and over, not only to process new information as it becomes available, like with the cultural genocide we now know occurred at countless Indigenous residential schools, but also because, as we've heard, that's the legwork towards drafting and demanding meaningful reparative policy changes within the institutions and systems we're forced to navigate every day. I want to reiterate a couple of specific solutions around unlearning within ourselves patriarchal, capitalist, militarized, frankly, anti-human messages that have been intentionally ingrained in us. We need to demand gender-balanced BIPOC leadership, meaning positions of decision-making authority in our own institutions, communities, places of worship, governments, everywhere. Dr. Barzagar hit on banking de-risking, the importance of following the money. That's part of walking the talk, putting our money where our mouth is and funding our supposed values. All white people have benefited from racism and continue to benefit exploitatively from labor done by BIPOC communities worldwide. Is that uplifting to have to repeat? No, but as Masiwa said, we cannot repent for sins that we have not acknowledged. Change requires leaning into the discomfort, as was said in the chat. To close out, a lot of times at these events, we feel like we're preaching to the choir. But the reality is that we don't know when we're reaching someone new or when we're conveying truths in a more digestible way or giving someone the language. They need to carry those solutions back and spread them within their circles and their communities. And whenever I get a chance to talk to young people, I usually get a sense that their understanding of these issues is substantially deeper and better than what previous generations have been offered. And that gives me hope that we're doing something right, and reminds me that times of immense struggle are also opportunities for catalyzing change. We owe it to our human family to do better. We can do better. Let's go. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Quinn. I'd like to make a few closing comments. The whole time we've been talking, I've been thinking how far we've come in the fact that we're even having this conversation, and we're having it in such an inclusive way in terms of who's showing up, who's speaking, and the kind of information that we are sharing. I'd like to take you on a quick little journey that I think is very important to this conversation. I begin by saying that, being of Indigenous origins, I believe that when we look at where we are today in an Indigenous context, we remember the cosmology, the cosmos vision, the Mother Earth, and we honor all of nature and all of life as one big circle, one big family. And so we gain our love and our compassion for each other by expressing it not only in how we live our life, but recognizing that how we live our life is in relationship to all. And I wanted to start there because as we move out from that Indigenous base, if you will, and we move into the era of the doctrines of discovery and the Popple Bulls that led to the doctrines of discovery that basically sanctioned through the church the annihilation of Indigenous people, their culture, their history, everything, their lands, with knowing that they would be, it's okay, you'll be okay, you'll be absolved by whatever you've done because you're doing it for the church or for the queen. So that has led us, that has had a global impact. And here we are today still trying to dismantle the impact of that, dealing with power disparities and trying to debunk systems of racism, and while we are creating and looking at how we can create new systems or ways around old systems that continue to hold us in sort of a state of bondage that gets expressed through the prison industrial complex, through disparities about who gets help during a global pandemic, who doesn't, who gets the resources when there are climate changes that affect whole communities in terms of whether there will be survival, what's extinct. So we're looking at all of these things, and I'm reminded that Dr. King's, one of his quotes was that the problem of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without a radical redistribution of political and economic power. And I would add to that political, spiritual, and economic power. And so where this all brings me in conclusion of all these wonderful panelists who deeply, it leaves me with a closing comment that, we are the ones who are showing up for the change. That's a sacred, for me, as a reverend from the Spiritual Enrichment Center, that means that we are seeking that moral and spiritual combination to look into the world and ask the tough questions, to acknowledge where our strength is, as well as where our most difficult vulnerabilities are that have to be faced. So the final question for me is, are we willing to continue to do the work? Not just talk the talk, but walk the walk, so that one day we can look at each other and say, how are the children? And we can say our children are well. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Audrey. In true symposium fashion, we want to leave you with a UN voice and a faith-based voice together. So now it is my pleasure to turn you all over for some final words from my dear colleagues. is Ana Jimenez of the UN Interagency Task Force on Religion and Sustainable Development, and Dr. Ryan Smith, this year's Symposium Planning Group Chair and the Program Executive / Representative to the UN for the World Council of Churches.
Thank you very much, Audrey, and thank you everyone for a very inspiring session with lots of ideas. Obviously, I'm not going to try to summarize the content of these discussions. I just want to express what for me has been like some of the key takeaways from today. So it's for me mostly a message of empowerment. And this empowerment starts with a self-empowerment, with a hard look at ourselves, with all the reflections that we have heard about soul searching that can be painful, that can bring hurt, that can bring discomfort, but it's also very empowering. So once we have that, we do that exercise, we can move to the societal aspects of racism. And this is where we have spoken about the interconnection among all of us, the mutual responsibility, the intersectionality, the interdependence. And once we move to that aspect of how we are all together, we need to take action. And for that point, what I recall or what I gather from these discussions is that we do have plenty of frameworks, of policy frameworks at the UN intergovernmental levels, of frameworks at the religious faith-based organizations level, frameworks at the level of academia. And what we need from there is to move actually into specific actions that can bring change and that can bring justice to our world. So again, thank you very much to all of you, and I look forward to staying engaged with the participants and others. Thank you.
You, Ana, and it is my privilege on behalf of the Planning Committee to thank all of our participants, all of our panelists, our moderators, but most especially I want to thank the Planning Committee who has given us and shaped this discussion today. The UN Alliance of Civilizations, the United Nations Office on Genocide Prevention and the Responsibility to Protect, the UNFPA, the World Council of Churches, my own organization, Church and Society of the United Methodist Church, the Milstein Center for Interreligious Dialogue, Islamic Relief USA, ACT Alliance, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the United Religions Initiative, as well as Soko Gakkai International. I think as I've been listening, I know that the expertise that was brought in from each of those organizations. Each of the voices that we have heard today is a voice from one of these organizations' recommendations. And so I thank these organizations for bringing us the voices that have challenged us today. And I think I will conclude with a question that Audrey has given us. Are we willing to continue the work? We've had the discussion today. We've outlined some of the problems and some of the solutions. But what my challenge to you all is how and what are we the community gathered here today, we the community who will watch this in the future, how are we willing to continue the work to dismantle this history of racism, colonialism, and slavery? And so I want to thank all of the participants, all of the moderators, and all of the panelists, and especially the Planning Committee team. So thank you, and let's continue this work together.
Live stream.